Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is today, Friday, November 1st. That's right, it's a Friday. We're doing our normal, I'm doing my normal Friday stream where I do viewer levels from y'all and talk about stuff while I take the viewer levels. That's right, it is November. Happy November, everyone. Hope you had a nice week. Hope you're looking forward to a good weekend. I will say, just up front, wow, there's been a lot of stuff since the last time I loaded Mario Maker up. Someone commented on the last level of the last world, the 7th world. Yes, that's right, I talk about crap. I talk about a lot of stuff. Look forward to that. It was just October, don't you know? It was just Halloween, and I have a little bit to talk about on that topic. Was that a happy comment? Yes, that was a happy comment. Good stuff, okay. This person, 210 days ago, having some trouble. That's fair, but this person really enjoyed themselves. I don't think I speak that many memes, honestly. Luigi Stain. You say that. I feel like memes. I feel like sometimes I don't know what memes are. Then again, I've been looking at Twitter way too much recently, so I'm kind of up on memes now. Unfortunately. I know all about the Rizzler and what the fuck, Jimmy Fallon. I know about that crap. I've seen it. I've seen the video. And learned about the Rizzler. He seems like a little kid. Who knew? I don't know. Maybe he's famous now. Do you just call him Riz? Do you call him Riz for sure? That's the first I've heard that is the thing. My understanding is that they hang out on Costco and they're probably very popular on TikTok or something. That's like popular culture now. I don't blame Jimmy Fallon for being... I'll say I got a card for it later. I don't blame Jimmy Fallon for looking like he questions his life choices in that clip. I bet he looks like that a lot. At like, you know, what, decades into his career. And, anyway, would like to talk about something before we get into this stuff. Your aunt loves Costco. People love Costco. How is Glover? Frustrating. But, I did finish it on Tuesday. Let me say something before we get into this. Before we get into the viewer levels. Streamiversary this weekend. That's right. This channel, the Twitch channel in particular, but the channel overall, I would say, even if the YouTube actually followed by like half a year as far as VODs are concerned, and like more like 1 or 2 as far as live streams are concerned. But great big streamiversary this weekend. That's going to be Sunday starting at 2 p.m. And I have those 4 plans, kicking off the design of my final level, which you see before you, the messy state that it's starting in. Trying out Nico DeRico, which is a DKC Crash Bandicoot type thing, I hear. DK64 randomizer, which will be loading zones randomized, and I have a sub-goal for Oops All Beaver Bother. And with whatever time is left, I'll do Space Station Silicon Valley. I will say, I've been looking into how to do Oops All Beaver Bother, which is what I thought was replacing every golden banana with a bonus barrel that was Beaver Bother, so, you know, in theory I have to do Beaver Bother like 20 times. I'm not sure that's how Oops All Beaver Bother works now, because I don't see the option to replace every bonus barrel or every golden banana with a bonus barrel anymore. It doesn't seem to be there, so that's kind of confusing. And I think it just replaces... I think the people who do Oops All Beaver Bother right now, they're just doing every bonus barrel is a DK64 randomizer. EG, that'll be on Sunday is when I'm making the thing. But that's right, yes, I will be making a level on Sunday, starting it out. The final level of my super world, in fact. There's 39 of them that are finished and have been finished over the course of like 3 years and change. The Super World was started before I started streaming, coincidentally. So I will say that the sub goal on Twitch, I have moved it down to 5 rather than 10, considering that Oops All Beaver Bother doesn't seem as bad as I thought it was. So I'm gonna make that a little bit lower, a little bit cheaper to achieve. That seems fine. Whatever time is left at the end of that stream will be Space Station Silicon Valley, because I kind of feel like playing it, and I know for a fact that there's a lot of that game that's really too hard to be bothered with. So it'll be more of a stream where I play whatever level I feel like. Hey, Moyako. Or a stream where I play whatever levels I feel like, and if I can't get past something, maybe I'll go to bed, and that'll be the end of the stream. Makes sense? Makes sense. Okay. That's what I wanted to say about the Streamversary stream this weekend. It's coming, I'm really excited. Should be a long stream with all those segments in it, which should be fun. Those segments sound like all good ideas on paper to me, which is good, I think. There'll also probably be an extra live stream sometime this month. My plan for that is to get an Xbox 360 and be able to play some games that I haven't been able to play for years and years since my Xbox 360 broke, like Tony Hawk's Project 8, and just have a stream where I play a bunch of those games and do it for charity. And hey, I'm thinking like the big incentive for that will be like, oh, you can choose my next game. If I have it in my collection of 360 games, you can specify it and I'll play it for you. That'll be the idea. That's an idea that I have. We'll see how that goes, and if y'all have like 360, do y'all have 360 games that you want to see? Like, or is anyone champing at the bit to see like, oh, show me Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I want to see some Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. In which case, like, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Sure, why not? I wonder if I have a save file on Xbox Cloud thing for that. I don't know. That's another thing for the future. There'll be other variety streams as well. Apparently that new Call of Duty is out. I guess I can play that. Do a Game Pass stream one of these days. Lots to think about. The Streamiversary is the next big thing, and the only thing that I'm really worried about right just now. So, yeah, let's do that on Sunday this weekend, and keep things going as far as regular streams. Good. Everyone's getting in levels. There's lots of levels in the thing. People, it's time for viewer levels proper. That's right. That's what we're doing right now. And the first one up is Moyako. Moyako is the first one up. Moyako is present. If I know Moyako, who just said welcome back in chat, if I know Moyako might want to substitute this level for a slightly different one. If I have played everything in this profile here, which I might have done, or everything relevant. You let me know as soon as I punch this in, but in the meantime, let me explain how this works. For those who are new, for those who don't know, for those who need a refresher. The way that this works is that when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day if you are here. If you are here, I will give it the full time of day, which is to say, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do it very nearly but not quite sudden death, in which I will only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is just my way of prioritizing people who are present, whilst playing more levels, which I think is fun. You know, I think it's fun to see more levels that we otherwise would just skip under a different rule set. Lots of levels here. What do you think, Moyako? What do you want me to do? A lot of choices. Maybe we could do the Super World. This is the only one that looks like it's dedicated to you, Moyako. So if you're set on doing something else, let me know right now. Of course, also the lightning round will be later. That'll be, I'm just gonna say 8 o'clock. I'm gonna say 8 o'clock. That's when the lightning round will be. Central Time. About an hour 40 from now. I'm kind of interested in this blue platform adventure. That sounds like a very traditional, almost vanilla type thing, honestly, but, you know, that sounds good. I like vanilla. Vanilla is one of my favorite flavors. Vanilla is just a damn good flavor, despite being the default. I think you can never go wrong with vanilla ice cream, vanilla yogurts. What else is good in vanilla? Did I play the Halloween level? Ooh, hang on. We should do. You're right. That would be appropriate. I do like vanilla though. I do like vanilla. Which one is the Halloween level? Here. They're Haunted Shack? Which one do you mean, Moyako? Is it like the latest one, Phantos Domain? Flip the switch, Cavernous Cave? Okay, let me punch that. There's a new code in chat. Oh, yeah. No, that is the one I played, yeah. The one that you submitted? Yeah, I played that one. Okay. I should have checked to see that it was the same code as the, submitted before I hit B. But yeah, no, I played this one. Okay, there's another code. Another code here. J9RBWG K3G. Okay, got it. Flip the switch, inspired by Moyako. Oh, perfect. This one is also dedicated to you, Moyako. Wonderful. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Etc. Let's have some fun, the thing they say in Crazy Taxi. That's been, are we gonna have some fun? I never played Crazy Taxi, but I know it by osmosis. I know that it is, oh, this is like a doorstop dash type level. Kind of a doorstop dash situation. That's been in the news recently, fucking Crazy Taxi. I think that's kind of cool. More, as time goes on, more and more political figures will have, played enough video games to make it part of their campaign, I guess. Isn't that interesting? As a weird thing that we're just gonna have to deal with more and more going forward. I thought it was funny when AOC went on H-Bomber Guy and explained how to do Beaver Bother. Y'all know that shit. Video game campaign. And I'll follow, but okay. Part of the reason why the Streamiversary has like Beaver Bother as like a sub goal is because A, it is a thing in like the DK64 randomizer community. Oops all Beaver Bother, people do streams of that. It's not something I made up. It's not something I made up. Second, I do think about AOC hanging out with H-Bomber Guy and explaining how you do Beaver Bother. That was a good bit. That's just a very good joke that I think about even today. I don't know. We gotta be faster than that. Ha, that time? You got it. Lord Bowser. Lord Bowser in the Twitch chat using the channel point thing to get me switched characters. Channel points is not a thing on the YouTube side. There's no equivalent for that. Don't worry about it. Sorry. What are you gonna do? I wish that YouTube could have all the things that Twitch has, but fuck. But that's just not how you know, not how it works. Should work like that. If that cannon hit me, or if it like fired, I would have succumbed, would I not have?
Oh no!
This room, you can make a token system. I can make a token system. You mean like using a Twitch bot or something? Or a YouTube bot? Yeah, I guess I could. Something like that is like theoretically attainable, but it's like weird and complicated. Also, like that's possible for some things, like the character select aspect. It's not possible for other things. In particular, there's the whole like Pikmin thing where people throw Pikmin at me. I'm just gonna go over there so that spring spawns, I think, maybe? Question mark? Yeah. There's things like the Pikmin where that's based on Twitch integration with a application, and there's just no way to do that with a bot. I don't know. YouTube bots are weird. Also, is the other thing. Like, I don't really super trust them. Like, I got a bot that's really heavily customized and crap, and based on a script I found on GitHub, and it works really well, and I'm happy with it. And I did have to do like a half dozen bug fixes to get it to work good. And still, though, you know, the system that it integrates with doesn't 100% work, unfortunately. This timing is tight. What the hell? Tight timing, tight timing. How about a card? I got these cards. Let me do a card. Hey, I had trick-or-treaters for the first time, despite being in an apartment. First time since moving out and onto my own. You know, over 10 years ago now. Guess that was like 11 years ago at this point. You know. Yeah, so this apartment is, kind of, in a lot of ways, different from my previous ones. In some pretty minor ways, all things considered. For the most part, it has like a garage that's attached. And also it has like a front door that's outside. And a doorbell. And, also there's like a park outside, which, you should feel young, Jam Draggy, if that is true. If that is true. Yeah, 11 years ago, I, had my first job. My first job after graduating from college 11 years ago. Little over 11 years ago, I guess. Gotcha, Jam Draggy. I believe you, that you are a teenager. That, I do think young people make me feel old. That is true. Yes, we finally got through. Hey. Young people make me feel old. That is, definitely true. Let me say. What are we doing here? Interesting how these treadmills let you get back once the on-off is the other way. That is a neat consequence of the design. Oh. You really need to use those two bombs, huh? You've had a tragic life so far, I'm sad to hear it. Lord Bowser is still in college? I can't imagine. It's been so long since I was... You know, that was a lifetime ago. Anyway, trick-or-treaters. That was a surprise. I kind of wasn't expecting it until, like, the last moment. I was at, HEB yesterday. Shit. I was at HEB, two abusive dads. Very sorry for you, Jam Draggy. That's, feel that way. Your dad went to jail? One of your dads? Ah, gotcha. So not like two gay dads, like stepdad, one of them probably, right? Okay. Very sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're feeling better now. Yeah, that was my first my first thought when I heard two abusive dads. I thought that's unusual. That seems unusual to me, but what do I know? You know, everyone some people are yeah, well, Jam Dragon said two abusive dads in the YouTube chat. Yeah. That was my thought. Makes sense, they were married to the same woman, perhaps. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so I'm at the HEB, and suddenly I think I might get trick-or-treaters. But probably not that many of them, so let me buy 3 full-sized candy bars. Chips, what's it? Cookies and cream. I say that, and I get home, I start unpacking, and it's like 5 p.m. And like immediately, the doorbell starts ringing. They start knocking, and I start realizing like, oh crap, there's gonna be like a bunch coming right away, and it makes sense on some level. Not only do I have a doorbell, which I do think that makes a difference. There is literally a way to. It is literally encouraged that you might be able to get in touch with someone who lives in one of these apartments through the doorbell, right? But also, the door is on the outside of the apartment. Also, there's like a park outside where like hundreds of kids seem to play every day. It kind of makes sense that this would be the first stop on like these trick-or-treaters night. And I was not prepared and immediately realized like, oh crap. So I bought 3 full-size candy bars, right? Well, they come in groups that were bigger than 3, so that was not gonna fly. I'm not gonna be like, here, you have a candy bar, here, you have a candy bar, and you, I got nothing for you, or like, just leftovers. Immediately I was like, okay, I gotta go grab something that's a little more snack sized, and immediately I went and grabbed, some of the last of the leftover candy I had from my Japan vacation last month. Some of those packs of candy, they're like chocolate bars that are like individually wrapped in there. They were like fancy, like a weird intermixing of like of white chocolate and regular chocolate. And I think it might be dark chocolate for what it's worth, by the taste. And threw that in, went and gathered those and any other candies I had near the door, and gave those away like pretty fast, like, and started like going into Discords and texting my family to be like, hey, is it cool to give out like winter green lifesavers? Because I'm out of ideas here. I got nothing. I got no supply. I could give out like 3 full-size chocolate bars. I could give out like a package of Pocky. One like little thing of Pocky. I got like a thing of Choco balls from Japan, like a 1 canister of them. Like I have a canister, I ate some of them. I'm out of options here. And I was immediately dissuaded from doing expired wintergreen lifesavers. I have like a big bag of them that I bought like 3 years ago, and it turns out they expired last year. So, you know, I'm not gonna jump to replace them because who gives a fuck. But, I hesitated to give them away. We're out of time, so next time I die, it'll be the last tries. I hesitate to give those away, considering that they're expired. So I went to the store and picked up some candy. I got a whole thing of them, and you can see I didn't give them all away. I got some peppermint patties, some Dove chocolates, and I also got like a thing of Lindors, and I buried like 5 of them under the rest of the candy. I thought it'd be fun to have like the fancy stuff like hidden beneath the cheaper stuff, which was fun. Again, the timer's up. When I die next time, we'll start the thing. That's really too bad, Jam Draggy. Sorry for your fathers. There's the thing. Let's start the last 5 tries. Let's do it, Moyako. We got this first part down. That's right, I died. That is what happened. I need to, like, hit up to dry bones, probably. I need, like, dry bones early. Ah, so close. Dang it. So, yeah, so I got home, I put them into the candies into a thing. I'm holding down too much. Yeah, I think I'm getting off the ground too slow. Shit. I put them into a thing, and, around this time, I think that the trick-or-treaters started to taper off. Such that, like, I probably gave to, like, 5 groups of trick-or-treaters by the time I had candy to give them. Fuck. I probably had, like, 5, 6, maybe 7 tops. Like, a half dozen groups of trick-or-treaters come by after I got candies. And I think that if I had them from the start, it'd probably be, like, 3 times as much. I probably would have been able to empty this bowl, and, you know, that would have been good. If only I had thought of it, like, much earlier, like 2 hours earlier, I could have provided. That said, hey, 5 o'clock, that's really too early to be trick-or-treating. I mean, come on. Come on now. At 5 o'clock, you're lucky if people are home from work at 5 o'clock. I mean, come on. You're trick-or-treating that early? Like, I know that your kids are probably very, very young, and it's probably like the youngest kids, right? But still, like, at least wait until 6 p.m. I don't know. It was kind of fun to give out treats, and to, you know, I tried to pick treats that I thought were really good. You know, I thought the peppermint patties, those are really big chocolates. I feel like they have absorbed, and they're really. I think peppermint patties are pretty fantastic. They have a nice bite to them. I like their minty bullshit. And I think that Doves, well, I think these are just like the best chocolates, just pure chocolates you can get. And Lindor's, forget about it. Those are the fancy shit. Again, I only put in like 5 Lindors in there, just as like a hidden bonus, which a few trick-or-treaters who like grabbed handfuls of candy, man, I did see that a handful. When they'd grabbed a handful of candy, Lindors happened to be included in that, so a couple people got some Lindors, which I guess good for them, but, you know, probably don't do handfuls of candy when going for trick-or-treat. That said, I did have a lot at the end of the night, as you can see, so I guess it was fine. They were literally like the last trick-or-treaters I saw, like the second to last trick-or-treaters I saw, turns out. I also think that the later on in the night you get, the more experienced trick-or-treaters come out, and if you're experienced, you're not trick-or-treating in apartments, right? You're trick-or-treating in the neighborhoods, with houses, you know, proper style. Really, it was quite a surprise. I'm dismissing the level. Quite a surprise to see trick-or-treaters in my apartment complex. That said, of course, you know, my previous apartment complexes have always been, like, locked out, you know, like, closed gates. They have also been not as large as this one, and also, I have a doorbell, and my door is on the outside, and I think that makes a difference. The doorbell difference. There's definitely a difference when it comes to houses with doorbells versus apartments with doors on the inside, behind locked gates. Even if they reside in the apartments, they're not They're not trick-or-treating like on the second story of a apartment complex in a closed hallway. It's just not done. It's just not done. Next up is Flames. Did Flames just, Flames, go ahead and confirm, and I'll do a timer and crap for you. So yeah, that's the Halloween story. Haven't had trick-or-treaters for 10 years, and had to deal with them now. And I guess, you know, if I were to stay in this apartment, I would have to deal with them next year as well. Though my plan is to try to do like a house or something, depending on like how much money, depending on financial stuff and like how big my work bonus is. I got a bonus at my current job. It should be a big payday. Should be nice. And depending on like how big that is, I'll look at houses and hopefully do it. I can't really make out your profile picture, Jam Draggy. It just looks like, from where I'm sitting on that couch, it just looks like purple with like a triangle on top and white. It's small, you see, on my preview monitor. But I don't know, looks like nice shapes, looks like nice colors. What the fuck? So yeah, so that was interesting. I'll do another card because I don't see Flame 69X right now. I'll give Flame 99 Flame. I'll give Flame a second. Let me do another card. What kind of costumes do you like? It's the Ender Dragon from Minecraft. Okay. I don't know the Ender Dragon. I never got to the Ender in Minecraft. That's a part of Minecraft that just, by the time it was added, I was not interested in, like, quote-unquote progressing. Actually, I don't know if I ever was, quote-unquote, interested in progressing. I just like to mine and build, like, a base and, like, mine some more. And maybe, like, do the nether to connect my bases. To connect my home, my home domains, you know, build, like a subway network, something like that. Not really like, never did to the ending or whatever. What kind of costumes do y'all like? Thinking about that since it was Halloween, and, you know, if I do have to, like, you know, hand out treats in the future, would probably be good, or like, do office party stuff, or hell, I could even do it on stream. Though, if people are knocking at the door, ringing the doorbell, I probably cannot do a stream during that time. But, you know, I could wear a costume on stream once or twice. You know, I don't know. And I don't know about the Ender Dragon, Jam Draggy. I guess it makes sense you're a dragon. Gotcha. I have been thinking for a while, a costume that I would like to do would be Naked Snake. Speaking of naked Snake from Metal Gear Solid 3, but specifically in the lab scientist disguise with the glasses and the bandana, and you know, he occasionally like pushes it up. I remember that very distinctly from watching a Let's Play on GiantBomb.com of that game. Really want to play Delta, for what it's worth. I'm gonna have that be my first Metal Gear game that I actually played myself. That's one idea that I've had. Not for me, I don't think it... One of the problems that I have is, like, you know, what fits me is a question that comes to mind, and, like, you know, a little bit of a large American with, like, a little bit doughy, you know, with glasses. What exactly fits that? Snake doesn't really fit that, honestly, but, you know, whatever, I can manage with just the glasses part alone, I think. Meanwhile, I think about, like, I did Walter White, like, a couple, like, 10 years ago. Walter White is a good one that I can do, considering, like, yeah, no, he's just like an old dude. If I shave my head, it'll look even better. Like, if I get a really, really short haircut like I did, like, 10 years ago, I basically, like, had them say, take it all off, and then I was Walter White that year. Except, you know, with less good facial hair. I've never been able to pull off Walter White's facial hair. When I wanted to get facial hair for the first time, I was definitely thinking, like, ooh, I'd like to do, like, the full Walter White. And then the mustache never worked out, so I said, fuck it. Just the goatee then. I can never connect the two, you know? Maybe that's different now. Maybe Maybe my facial hair would grow and a little more connected if I let it, but I don't know. It's been like 10 years of this facial hair, and I like it. I was thinking randomly as I was like looking at other costumes. I was thinking about like anime costumes, and I don't know like what anime costumes I could pull off like cosplay wise, but I do think like the most fun costume that I would like to see right now would be like a practical Ranma costume where like, oh, you do the water gimmick, you get splashed by waters, and oh wow, boobs and the pink hair and stuff. You know, if you could somehow figure out how to practically at a moment's notice like inflate some or like compress or uncompress boobs. Now, let's say I don't know like if the wearer of the costume would be like would have they could have like bindings and then unbind, I guess maybe. I don't know how you do that, how you do like a practical Ranma costume. If you don't know Ranma 1/2, it's the show from ages ago that's currently getting a remake where the protagonist, Ranma, is a dude who whenever he gets splashed by water, he turns into a girl, cold water. And it's a bit of a comedy, so all the time he is getting splashed with cold water, and then he has to use hot water to turn back into man mode, boy mode. And it's very fun, and it's fucking good, and I've been watching the remake of that for the first time, never saw the original, and goddamn, I think it's great. I'm really loving it. That's something I think about. I don't know. I don't see Flames. Perhaps perhaps that was more than a minute, really, all things considered. I don't know. Who's counting? I don't really know, like, any other anime characters that I would... I say any other. I don't really know any anime characters that I would really... I could really nail. You know, some of them I just think of, it's like, ooh, I could probably do that dude, like, with the normal dude with the glasses, and then I think for a second, like, that's not a cosplay, or if it is, it's not very interesting. It's just a regular guy with a regular look and regular clothes. You know? And it's not like quite as iconic as even like a Walter White. Hey, happy gamer, how you doing? I was just talking about Halloween and costumes and stuff. I'll say like next time I want to do Halloween and if I want to do actual costume, I just do have an idea like in the chamber ready to go with that you know, naked snake lab scientist disguise. Definitely think that would be fun to put together and to do. Yeah, I don't know about that, Jam Draggy. It's a cool level. This level's kind of had a lot of good bits to it. Didn't it first have those P-block, not P-block, this one's easy, you don't have to even get there in time. First had the blue plat business, and now some nice P races. P races. That sort of ties into what Jam Draggy was saying. Not really funny, considering. Context. You make dragons, you make explicit dragon art on DeviantArt, sure, whatever, that's fine. I'll allow it. Sure, kids, you know, hey, whatever floats your boat. Not my thing, but I've seen, you know, like shit, man. Before you were born, I was seeing weirder stuff than what you're describing, Jam Draggy. Now, have you ever... Well, I hope you haven't. You've probably seen. Have you ever seen, like, I should... I'm just gonna talk to everyone who's above the age of 18 here. Jam Draggy, don't listen. Y'all ever see that, those pictures of cars going at it? You know what I mean? where it's like one car on top of another car. I feel like this was relevant like 10 years ago. You know, Jesus. It was relevant like 10 years ago. I remember back when I was reading Twitter like religiously. I remember like Swift on Security, which was a Twitter account that was big when Twitter was big, posting images of that like a lot. That's something I haven't thought about in a while. Moving on. Thank you for the level Flame 69X. I liked it. That was quite good. Lord Bowser is up next. Lord Bowser is here. Just said GG. Fantastic. Let's punch it in, and also I'll do another card. Hey, did you see Doja Cat as Sunflower from Conquer? Speaking of things that are just for my regular age viewers. Well, this is fine. This is not explicit. This is just you know, charged a little bit. So I saw this on the Discords I'm in, and I said, oh wow, that's apparently she's like a very sexual diva. I don't know Doja Cat. I've heard about her in like passing a few times, but I'm not really that familiar with her. But I thought it was cool that she's cosplaying as cosplaying her Halloween costume, if it can be considered that, if it's just for like a photo shoot or whatever, indoors without necessarily going outside, considering that she probably maybe doesn't have mobility. I mean, she's a sunflower. She's maybe has her legs like connected. She would have to go like whoop boop boop, you know, jump around like a ridiculous spring type, like a Jack-in-the-Box type situation, you know. That would be ridiculous. Hey, Tiramisu, look at the pinned comments. In fact, I can help you out here. Here, how to submit. There you go. I hit the button on my my Stream Deck that made the pre-written message come out. Perfect. Okay, there's how you do it. Great, great, great. That'll get you in there. So I saw this and said, "Oh wow, that's really neat. I like it." Conker's Bad Fur Day is a game that's like, you know, near and dear to my heart, I guess. Definitely want to play that on stream like all the way sometime in the next year or so. Let me say that's totally on the books as a plan for next year. The plan is actually to play random rareware games and to do it like randomly, like which one comes next will be random. But Conker will be one of those, and yeah, I thought I think about this sunflower probably more than most people, and I think it is cool that it is being cosplayed by like a really famous person that you know, I'll say I don't know super a lot about, but you know, very like she plays the role well. I'll say, if you don't know Conker, yes, they are supposed to be that big. The bees, yes. Yes, the bees are that big in Conker. In fact, well, the bees actually might be just a little bit small. The other thing is the right size, I would say. That bee, I think, is supposed to be like maybe 25% bigger. But just the bee. The bee is the only problem here. Everything else is perfect. Let's do this. You like the image? Good. Yes, I do as well. We all like the image. I do like the Bee King. The Bee King is a funny bit. If you don't, do people know Conker? Have you ever? Who here has played Conker's Bad Fur Day? Who here remembers the bee from Conker's Bad Fur Day? He like gets in there and it's like, you know, he's going to go pollinate and he's like, and it's all off screen, and then Conker's just looking on and going like, you know, it's a very good scene. And he just comes down and goes like, man, I feel like a new man. And he's like, he has a voice, you know, he does a voice, whatever the fuck. I don't know if that's the voice. You never heard of Conker's Bad Fur Day? Oh, man. How have you not heard of Conker's Bad Fur Day? It's, by Rare. It's by the same people who made Banjo-Kazooie. Well, slightly different team. It's another team as the Banjo-Kazooie team. But, they're from the same game. Conker's first game was Diddy Kong Racing, same as Banjo-Kazooie. And, with the with like, Conker's Bad Fur Day, they want, like, AO. They want, like, mature. It is like a very, like, lewd, crude game that is filled with, like, reference humor. This is before Family Guy. This is before Family Guy ruined reference humor. For what it's worth. Man, I gotta play Conker on the channel. I gotta play Conker on the channel soon. Next year. Man. Hearing that people don't know Conker's Bad Fur Day just makes me want to play Conker's Bad Fur Day and do it all. Parts of it might not be aged super well. I'll say. And, keep in mind, it is dirty as fuck. And crude, and very, you know, very crude as a game. But, I like it, and I have a lot of nostalgia for it. Thank you. It was like one of the last N64 games that ever existed. Coincidentally. They should put it on Nintendo 64 Online. They got that whole mature-only bucket. That is just, like, made for Conker. And I guess GoldenEye as well. It's made for GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. Actually, GoldenEye might be teen. I think GoldenEye is on the regular app. Is it on the regular app? Whatever, that mature plus N64 Online, that has Conker written all over it. That has, like, put Conker on this. I hit the controller accidentally in emphasis. That has put Conker on this written all over it. Luigi Luigi Stain, you're up. GoldenEye is T in most categories, it's M in Japan. That explains it. That explains why they had to introduce that bucket for Japan. And they've since released it in America as well, as they added stuff like Turok and crap and Perfect Dark. But yeah, that makes sense now that I think about it. Now that you say that. Let me do another card. I have surrendered to Amazon Prime. This is a non-Halloween topic. Look forward to a lot of those tonight, for what it's worth. So yeah, I was watching some anime that was on Amazon Prime, and I got an ad, and I said, oh, fuck this. And I went and I paid $3, and now, going forward, $3 a month, so that I don't have to deal with ads on Amazon Prime. And that just feels really bad. That just feels like, god damn it, they got me. I can't deal with these fucking ads in the middle of my shows. Fuck off and fuck you. Oh my god. Really upsetting that I had to do that, and I'm like really bummed that like it's a thing that they did, that they started doing ads. I'll say it's funny when you sign up for that. It does a message that's it does a message somewhere in like in an email or like on the next page that shows up. It says like, "Welcome to the world of ad-free Amazon," and I'm just sitting there thinking like, man, I've been here before. A year ago, everything was ad-free. So what the fuck? Shut the fuck up. This is not new. This is not something to be happy about. This is not something to be celebrated. Take your $3 and fuck off, assholes. Is it $3 a month? I think it's $3 a month. Fuck off. Welcome to the world of ad-free Amazon. Why I oughta. Do confirm, Luigi Harstein. And I don't see you right now, so I'm just gonna pop you into, sudden death. Here. Yeah, fucking get rid of these ads, get them out of my face. Who should we go with here? Looks like there's a bunch of shout-outs to various people. Lots of options here. Sus? There's nothing sus about this. 3D Gizmo Lava Castle. That sounds fun. Ooh, low clear rate. Hang on. Let's look and see if we can get something a little less tight. This is a little less tight. 2 is pretty good. 1 is pretty good. This one is pretty high, I think, right? 3.5. Okay, let's go 3.5. We got through 2 tries. Let's not fool around here. Let's do something that looks doable. We gotta be Fire Mario. Keep that in mind. Fire Mario. I'm quite miffed that they did that, and at the very least I can say I won't have to be watching a show on there, and suddenly... Oh, fuck. Okay, maybe a little caution, and this won't... And we'll be fine going forward, but I think we might have already screwed up. At the very least, we can see what's coming. Hey. Looks like if you run... You can kind of go faster than the pipes can drop those guys off. So that's interesting. I feel like streaming services right now are all pretty fucked, you know? They're all pretty shit. They're all pretty much just getting worse and worse by the year. You know, they're shutting people off from sharing their accounts properly. They're being weird about advertisements. They're, you know, deleting shows. It's been kind of a shitty time for streaming television. I hope that, yeah, I think we could just run from here on. Fuck! Can we just get another fire flower? Nah. Luigi Stain, if you're here, go ahead and confirm, and, you know, I'll do a timer and whatever. I don't remember being 5 myself, but if you've been depressed all that time, I believe you know. Fuck. It's been pretty depressing times recently, all things considered. If you're here, Luigi Stain, I'll set a timer and do the thing, but only if you're here. I did the thing, right? I did the thing in chat. Yeah, Luigi Stain should know. Okay, I don't see Luigi Stain. Let's I'm gonna take a drink of water, and then I'm gonna hit the button to dismiss. Ah. I said hello to Happy, right? I did see you say what's up if I didn't say that earlier. You remember having a friend a long time ago that moved? That happens, yeah. I definitely had childhood friends who, you know, I was separated from by moves, and that was that. Now, that said, nowadays, you know, social media, you can probably keep in touch. Not that I have kept in touch with, like, anyone from previous jobs, college, high school, whatever. Just not something that terribly interests me, keeping in touch. It's also harder, like 10, 20 years ago. Gotcha. I remember friends I had from like 1st to 3rd grade before I moved away from my first elementary school, my first proper elementary school. I definitely remember people. Archman, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. Go ahead and confirm, Archman. Probably on the Twitch side, I would imagine. I bet the Twitch side from that. You are here. Fantastic. Good. Here's another card that I can pop. Hey, aren't most ads ass? I feel like right now, not just with that Amazon Prime thing, but also with just, you know, like most Americans right now, of like a mild, of like a political persuasion, I am being bombarded with emails asking me for donations, and I just think like, what are you gonna do with this money that you are all raising? You're gonna play like ads on the television for your candidate, and I guess gotta say like, I do not believe in the efficacy of ads. First off, I believe there's something that we have all learned to tune out. And even if they were not tuning them out, the best you can hope for is like mildly annoyed or like mildly interested if it's like a podcast ad that is like up your alley or something. I don't know. How about Battle of the Bullet Ship? This looks really neat. This is the one that speaks to me, Archman X. Gotcha, Dram Draggy. That happens as well. When I was a kid, there was no social media, so if you moved away, that was it. You know, there was no such thing as a email address. Or if there was, you know, it wasn't something that a 13-year-old would ever think about having. And certainly you didn't use it for like chatting with friends. That would be weird. Different time, different time. Oh, neat. I see how this works. We gotta use this to, like, unbury this. What was I saying? What was that card about? Ads, advertisements. Yeah, I think they're a bit shit. This is very cool. I haven't seen a level that uses these guys. These guys are pretty rare, honestly. See you later, Jaren Draggy. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. And chat and the YouTube side. And I like what you're doing, like, using the... Yeah, I want to skip ads, too. I always want to skip ads. I never want to get ads. I'll say something that's fun. I never get ads from YouTube. I don't know what it is. I don't know why I am blessed with a lack of ads. I don't have YouTube Premium or anything of the sorts. But I never get ads on YouTube. Maybe they figured out that I'm just, not in anyone's demographic? I don't know. I mean, I do have ad block in fairness, but like, it's not like I have ad block on my phone, so I don't know why I don't get ads even on my phone. Oh, I forgot to start the timer. That's fine. That's fine. I strongly dislike ads, and I'll say, I am not sure, like, in retrospect, how we all just dealt with ads forever, like, growing up, right? Like, back in the day when I watched, like, television, and there was just ads every 5-8 minutes. Like, Jesus Christ, how did we deal with that? How is that, like, the way of life for generations upon generations? I can't imagine. We can't go back to ads, and also, like, any streaming service that says, like, hey, we're ad specific, I just can't get into. Hell, like, even, like, fuck! That was not worth the risk. Even, like, Hulu back in the day. Like, I remember Hulu being free, and that was, like, worth it for the ads at the time, right? That was, like, worth dealing with ads for. I just can't imagine that now. I guess part of it is that, like, you know, we've now come to a point where everyone has a million streaming service. Also, like, everyone in my family is, like, employed and so forth, so we can all afford a streaming service or two, and most of them are cool about sharing those services. So, you know, once we have it, we all have it, so that's good. Anyway, I hate ads, and I'll say of a different type of ad, of like I'll say, of like YouTube ads, you know, like a YouTuber ad, right? Where the YouTuber has a product or a thing that they're doing. I always feel like those at the end of videos is always just it's always just a bummer, right? Like, you're watching the video, you're having a good time, you're hearing about all sorts of interesting stuff, and then they have to talk about, like, okay, time to talk, like, for Squarespace. I always feel like, oh, damn it, this video was so nice, it was about to have a really nice ending, and now the ending is, like, just some spiel, just some sales pitch. I mean, I know I'm one to talk. I end all my streams with the schedule and with talking about when I'm back, and I know that that probably is less fun than, you know, playing the video game and talking about stuff. I also start with a spiel, typically. I know, I'm one to talk, but, like, whenever an ad comes up, I'm just like, I was having fun and now I'm not. I forgot to get the power up there, but it's fine since we're on a timer. We're not on our last lives yet. So, here do we want to, like... I wonder if we can... Well, now we can't. I wonder if we can, like, knock, bullet bills into him, or if we just have to wait for him to... Okay, that wasn't so bad. It didn't actually take that many bullet bills to, kill him. Real cool touch there. Real cool touch there, Archman. That was some quality stuff. I enjoyed seeing that many bullet bills. Remind me in 3 hours. Bullet bill level. Probably really good for the thumbnail. Probably really good for the thumbnail. Yeah, look, that's something you don't see every stream. That sounds like a good that looks... I bet there's a frame in there that'll make for a good thumbnail. We'll see if something better comes up later. That'll make it easier when I'm going for a thumbnail if I already have something in mind, versus having to scroll through and be like, what levels did I play tonight? That was a good one. That's a unique one. Ooh, that one's really unique. If I already have it in mind, that'll help a lot. Who knows? Who will see. I'm incomplete. You had no idea that did so much damage? Yeah, that's a surprise to me as well. Especially the little ones. The bonsai bills I can believe, if those do like tons of damage, but the bullet bills, fucking didn't know that at all. Quentin, you are up. Do another card. Have y'all been getting a million emails? I'm getting a million emails. Million emails asking for money from Kamala Harris and crew. I'll say I'm getting from the Kamala Harris side. If any like Republicans are sneaking in there, I'd be surprised, because I'm pretty sure that the Democrats, they got my email from from Bernie, and ain't no way Bernie would give my email to the Republicans, and I don't know how they would have it otherwise for promotional purposes, but I'm seeing a lot of those emails, and I am not giving them any money, let me tell you. Because, you know, I'll say, like, hey, the election's about to happen. I will probably have something to say once that is over, assuming it's over, like, immediately. I hope it's gonna be over by the next Friday stream. But, oh, geez, that'd be on Tuesday. I'll say I'm doing the Streamiversary stream on Sunday. So, I was planning on not doing a stream on Tuesday, realizing right now that Tuesday is like not Super Tuesday, is the election day. Oh man, I probably don't want to stream on election night. I probably want to be staring at the results and seeing what happens. Yeah, okay, so that ends up working well for multiple reasons. Multiple reasons there not to do a Tuesday stream next week. Hopefully that's all done, and I'll have something to say as far as, like, yay, Kamala, ooh, shame about Palestine. She has terrible views on Palestine, and I'm still really upset about all that. But, what the fuck can you do, right? Probably Trump would be bad for a myriad of other reasons. for what it's worth, but I wish that the Democrats were a lot less genocidal. I wish that they ran a much better campaign. I wish that they just literally could shut the fuck up about it at least, or just not say such horrible things. Goddamn. Anyway, that's why I'm not giving them money, in addition to not really liking centrists much to begin with. I would only donate to like a Bernie Sanders type. I would only donate to an actual goddamn leftist. And like one I actually believed in and I thought was charismatic and a good campaigner. One I believed could do it. Like Bernie Sanders. Not like any of the not Bernie Sanders that ran last time. That weren't Bernie Sanders but pretended to be until it became good to be a centrist. Palestine isn't meaningless and useless for what it's worth, but yes, I wish they would stop saying things that were horribly offensive to Muslims, and especially don't do it in Michigan, where a bunch of Muslims live. That is just a surefire way to lose Michigan. Did you see that shit that Bill Clinton was saying? Bill Clinton said some horrible things in Michigan, in like the place where all the Muslims live, about Muslims. And my God, dude, you're lucky that Trump is a horrible person and it's easy to hate him for so many reasons, and people probably still now aren't complacent about it. It seems like no one is sure, but also Kamala might have it. I don't know. Anyway, I'm really annoyed by all those fucking emails. Really annoyed by them. Some of them say like, just $1. If you just do $1, what if you just do the $1? And then they send another email like 10 minutes later. They're like, okay, what if you did $49? Hey, have you thought about giving us $49? Then they send one that says, this is not we are not asking for money here. We are not asking for money in this email. And I'm just sitting there, I'm just looking at the email, shaking my head, going like, you asked for money like 2 minutes ago, dude. Come on, be real. And then someone else who you never heard of from like, I don't know, Iowa or some shit is like, I'm Bill Reeds and I'm going up against Jan dipshit motherfucker, and I would like your money too. And I'm just, and they don't say like, by the way, I'm a Democrat. I'm the Democrat in the race. You just look at that email and go like, I don't know you. You could be the Republican far as I know. You didn't say either way. You should probably say if you're a Democrat or a Republican. I wonder though if there's some sort of like a stigma. If some politicians are just like, if I put on the Democrat, all the Republicans who get this email are gonna say like, immediately tune me out and say like, oh well, even if he's for the things that I like, he's a Democrat, so I'm not gonna vote for him, I'm not gonna consider him. But if you don't say, maybe they'll consider. And I don't know if that's how it works, no. I think if anyone were to vote for someone, first off, it says their party when you vote. Second off, no one's gonna give money to someone without doing a cursory Google. Come on. I don't know, maybe the stats don't back that up. I'm not, I don't have the research there. Maybe people don't Google people before giving them their money. I mean, I guess I'll say I don't Google streamers before, like, dropping a subscription or something. And I assume that anyone who subscribes to me doesn't Google me before doing it. It's not that often that it happens, but, what the fuck? You already see, you can see me. You can see what I'm about. You can hear me talking. Great level. That was very fun. Quentin. Hell yeah. Very good. Very good indeed. This next one is from the YouTube chat. This is the level of Baptiste. Baptiste. Go ahead and confirm. And I can tell it's from YouTube because it has spaces in it. Only YouTube names can have spaces. That's how you know. That's one of the ways that I know what level's from where. Baptiste, go ahead and confirm. Or maybe it's like, is that like French or something? Would that be like Baptiste? with French, you just sort of like drop the last syllable, right? Is that how French works? Or it'd be like Baptiste. French is weird. I don't know French. I've never studied it. Not really any interest in it, honestly. That's enough political talk for now. Look forward to next week when we know if we're back in hell or if we're in just kind of hell. Hell, light. Follow up on Marcel Voss, whose name I checked last week, or was it the last week or last stream? I mentioned the a roller coaster tycoon streamer and YouTube person that I like, and I didn't remember their name because I just typically just recognize them on sight. I just look at the avatar and I see like the broad shape of the name and see that it starts with an M, and that's enough for me to go like, oh, there's that guy. I love their videos. And I, after the stream, actually went and double-checked, like, yeah, it's Marcel Voss, not Michael Voss, not Michael V something. It's Marcel, and he is Dutch, and he's very cool, and he does good Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 content. He's like, I don't know if it's just me, maybe this is just my experience with YouTube, but I feel like he's the Roller Coaster Tycoon content creator, like the main one. Maybe, I don't know if that's true, but cool dude. Shout out to him. Not, I won't do an actual shout out right now, but I just wanted to touch upon that and make sure that I actually said his name right. And considering that, like, I completely whiffed it last time because I just went off memory and have a bad memory for names sometimes. I imagine that some people might feel that way about me, right? And other people, you know, just know them on sight. Know them like, oh yeah, you're that dude. I don't say my name that often. I don't say like, I'm the Master DS. Maybe you don't necessarily think, that's the Master DS. Maybe you think, that's the guy who does the viewer levels. The guy on the couch. Maybe that's how you, you know, I'll say like that's kind of how I approach a lot of YouTube, a lot of stuff, and, you know, a lot of the media I consume. I don't really think about names except in context, and then I hear it in context and go like, oh yeah, that'll be that character, right? And connect it. Hello, Anixity. How you doing? Anixity. Anixity? Anixity. How you doing? It has been a while, I bet. Don't recall the name readily, but feel free to submit a level. Do whatever you like. I don't see Baptiste, so let's go into sudden death. Dude does great Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 content. Stuff about, like, ride types. Whoopsie daisy. Fuck. What is this level? We gotta focus, actually. Okay. You know what? I won't count that one. I was talking. But okay, this isn't... I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Baptiste, if you were here, I would do more than those 2 tries, but... maybe I'm supposed to, like, jump and go to the hole, and then maybe the path forward will become clear after that. If you were here, I would do more attempts, but you're not, so I gotta stop. That's how it works. Yes. Thank you for the level. That sure seems like something. But, you're not here, so I cannot spend that much time on it. Alas. I'll take a drink, and then I'll dismiss. I'll give you, like, another 10 seconds. Thank you for the level. Hinge Hingemeyer. Hingemeiert? Interesting name. Hingemeert. Hingemeert. Not sure how you pronounce that, but Hingemeerd. Hingy-schmeared. Hingy with a... Hingy-schmeared. Okay. Let me hit the dismiss and we'll bring up the next one. Which is, hey, it's Dram Draggy. who just left a little bit ago. So it'll be sudden death for Draggy as well. That's fine. I'll do another card. Been playing Banjo-Tooie. That came out on N64 Online, and I did a bit of a playthrough of that off stream. You know, sort of as a podcast game while I was watching. I say a podcast game, I mean a video game. Wait. Fuck. As a game I play while watching anime. Okay, while watching video content and YouTube and Twitch and things of that nature. That's when I've been doing the Banjo-Tooie. And particularly, I played Banjo-Tooie a lot. I love it. It's one of my favorite games of all time. And this time, I did a gimmick where I avoided Wumba as long as possible. I avoided all Wumba stuff and tried to get as far in the game as I could. And I found that without going to Wumba, there were just enough Jiggies that I couldn't get, such that I could not finish the game that way. Particularly, the Jiggies I could not get, I listed them out. Let me grab them real fast. This will also give Draggy a minute to be like, hello, to be like, return. Okay. Mayan Kickball, Dilberta. Asterisk on Dilberta. The combination is randomized, I think, for the gate. But I think there might be a limited amount of combinations, so if you know them all, which I couldn't find online for some reason, if you know them all, you might be able to do Dilberta. So maybe that one that one has an asterisk on it. Canary Mary 1. The Spiral Slide Inferno in Witchy World. Saucer Apparel, Star Spinner, Dodgems. A lot of those require Mumbo to power them up. Or other power up, or like the van to do a thing. The van unlocks Mumbo in that world, and that just rules out a lot of that world. Roar at the Gate, Oogle Boogle Tribe, those two, and the Terry Hatch eggs. All those stuff require big T-Rex to get into the cave, which has one of the eggs, and also the Roar at the Gate. That's obviously a dinosaur thing in Pterodactyl Land. Defeat Welder, that requires the washing machine. Wash clothes, again, washing machine. Dive into toxic waste, washing machine. Kickball 2, that's Stony. Oil drill, snowball. Ice side station, requires the snowball. Canary Mary rematch, requires you to free Canary Mary from a dynamite thing in World 2. Eyeball plants and Zubba nest. That's all B stuff. So that is 19 Jiggies if you can get that's 19. 19 Jiggies you can't get if Dilberta is accessible. If you can't get Dilberta, that's 20. And there's also 3 Jinjos. Specifically, the one behind an explosive barrel, the one behind a T-Rex switch, and the one in Wumba's Wigwam in Cloud Cuckoo Land. And all those require meeting Wumba, unfortunately. And if they're all the same color, that's 1 Jiggy you're missing out on. If they're all different colors, that's 3. I had them all different colors. RNG is a thing there. RNG is a factor. So, in theory, I think it might be doable if all the Jinjos can be of the same color, and you can get the combination of the gate for Dilberta. But that's depending on a lot of RNG, and yeah, I'm not sure if that's even like a valid combination. I don't know like how the RNG works for that. It's possible that there's a limited amount of combinations. It's possible that those 3 can never be the same color, in which case you would have to meet Wumba to get to the final ending where the game assumes that you've met Wumba, unless you use a cheat code, in which case all bets are off. If you use a cheat code to open a gate, yeah, you'd be able to see the ending cutscene before you met Wumba. That's obvious, though. That's just how cheat codes work. Let's do it! Anyway, after concluding that I could go no further and getting everything I could get, I went and met, I actually have met Wumba now. I did as much Wumba stuff as I could, and right now, I just have to do... This is just a song. I wonder if it's gonna speed up after this part finishes. It's the song of time. That'd be a cool thing. Like if it used the auto scroll like timing to. Nope, doesn't add. That's fine. It's fine. So yeah, I just got to do Canary Mary, which I've heard people saying like, "Oh wow, Canary Mary on the N64, a lot easier than Canary Mary on the Xbox." Which, if true, maybe I'll just have to mash it fast and I'll win. I won't have to do the slow trick. I won't have to do like mash slow as molasses and then speed up. Maybe I'm done doing that forever if I just do the N64 online version and not the GameCube version, or not the Xbox 360 version forever. That's nice to know. If so, I'll probably give that a try sometime over the weekend, maybe before the anniversary stream. I don't know. Banjo-Tooie is fantastic. Gonna finish it soon. That's fun. Thank you, Jam. Let's go ahead and hit complete there. Flavio Noob just said list. Was just checking the list. That is you. It is forever conspiracy head. Gotcha. It is 7:30 by the way, so we still got a half hour till the lightning round, which is I think nice. I'll say, like, we're getting through these cards at a good rate. Here's another one. Did you hear about the other N64? Ah, fuck! I guess you have heard, then. You hear about the other N64 online updates. That's right, they added, like, Banjo-Tooie, like, 2 weeks ago, and then, like a week and change ago, and this week, they added, that's right, that's a channel point thing. There's even a bigger one you can do that has 20 instead of 3. They added another couple of games to the mature N64 lineup, specifically Turok 2, which I tried Turok 1 off stream and I really don't get it. So I didn't try Turok 2, honestly. And something called, like, what the fuck is it called? Shadow Man? Shadow Man, I think it was? Was it Shadow Man? Let me Google Shadow Man real fast. Because, by the way, this is something I was going to say about Marcel Voss. If I'm not sure what something's called, I can just fucking Google it. It's easy. Yes, Shadow Man. An action-adventure game developed by Acclaim Studios T-Side, and published by Acclaim Entertainment, according to Wikipedia. Who was the Shadow Man? Dr. Facilier is the main antagonist of Disney's 2009 feature film, The Princess and the Frog. What the fuck does that have to do with my Google? Is the Shadow Man good or bad? There's a near equal amount of good and bad here, but the only truly bad, because games have come a long way, says The Gamer. Okay, The Gamer. I guess, I don't know. I played like a couple minutes of it. The Shadow Man seems really weird and not up my alley, like, a little bit. I sort of just ran around like, okay, there's like dogs and there's like weird buildings. I feel like even back then it must have been pretty mid, considering that games like Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie existed. But whatever, it's nice that they're adding games more frequently, and I hope that they continue to add games, like, just all the time. Like, shit, man, if you're adding shit like Shadow Man, like, you could absolutely put, like, some real shit on there. You could put, like, I mean, I think Glover, that ship has already sailed. I think Glover, there's something weird with Glover, with the new owners of it. And Rocket Robot on Wheels is owned by Sony, so that's never gonna come out on N64 Online. Let's do it. The Flying Boardwalk. I had a boardwalk level that involved flying. Way back when. It was one of my earlier levels. Coincidentally. This is probably a different idea. but similar insofar as it using this archetype and calling it a boardwalk. That's cool. Cool, like, similarity, I guess. It's not that meaningful. It's not that meaningful, for what it's worth. I don't mean to say that a level can only be interesting insofar as how similar it is to one of my levels. No, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, it makes me think, and no one else think. No one else has that thought, I'm sure. I am pretty sure, near and virgin on, like, entirely sure, that I am the only one who knows, like, my levels front to back, right? If someone else has, like, played near as much of my levels as I have, I'd be well surprised. I suppose that's, like, a thing that like, game developers of big games just have to get used to, right? Like, eventually, there's some speedrunner, if your games are big enough to be speedrun, who has played your game more than you have. That must be weird. You know, considering, like, testing is a pretty rigorous process. Testers probably play the game, like, more than anyone else do, until, like, glitch hunters and the like get onto the scene. It must be weird. It must be weird for them. Unless your game is small and it never, picks up, in which case, you know, oh, that's just sad, isn't it? Shit. Anyway, I hope they continue adding games. Diddy Kong Racing still hasn't been added to N64 Online, it should be noted. And like I was saying earlier, Conker's Bad Fur Day would be a great inclusion for their online service. I wonder if they would be hesitant to do it, considering that, like, yeah, it's not just M, it also contains, like, dirty language, and, like, words that, you know, in the UK they're okay saying, and it's not a big deal. But in the US, it is, like, a big deal. Such that, like, you know, I would hesitate to say it on stream. You know what I mean? Unless I was literally quoting, Slopperando. You know, which famously has as one of its lyrics a word that Americans would consider offensive to women. But you know, it's okay in England. They don't mind it. It's more normal. It's fine. Does Conker contain the C word? It might do. I don't know if Conker actually contains the C word, but they're pretty cavalier about it in England, so it really wouldn't surprise me. And, also, even if it wasn't, they would still say it, because even if it was, a bad word, they would say it because, like I said, it's a filthy game. Very crude. Very crude. What else should come out on N64 Online or Game Boy Advance Online? What games haven't come to Game Boy Advance Online? They've gotten a lot of the good ones. Do they have WarioWare? I think they do. They do, right? I remember playing WarioWare like in the last year or two. I don't think I would have done it if it wasn't on the service. Not sure about that. They got like the Zelda. They have like both of the Zeldas, including the Four Swords Adventure one. You know, they got like they got Minish Cap. They have the Game Boy ones. You know, including the Damn it, that was really far into the level. They have the I think they could use a few more dumbass ports. I'll say, like, they should put out the Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Advance versions. That I think would be a good inclusion, even if it is just the same game. I mean, they have some exclusive features that are, like, pretty okay. You know, not the best exclusive features in the world, but like are worth looking at as like a novelty. And there are indeed exclusive levels in DKC3, though I would probably say that those exclusive levels are the worst levels in the trilogy, for what it's worth, just because, you know, they're not designed by the same people. Or even if they are, they're all out of practice, I bet. They're not as good levels as the rest of DKC3. But whatever, they still would be good to have. That's same also of Donkey Kong Country Returns and its 3DS content, which is also going to be on the Switch version when that comes out next year. I feel like there's still an important Game Boy Advance game or two. What the fuck? Okay, it's gonna scroll up. Good, okay. I was wondering for a second. This looked like a dead end. This is really cool. Really cool space to navigate through. Really cool, like, to avoid all these fishies whilst, making your way through. This is very well put together, and also I don't see fishies like this, all that often. This would also be... I'll say... Also, remind me in 3 hours. Also consider the fishy level for thumbnail. You don't see fish columns like this ever. That's pretty good. That's pretty good right here. Yeah, this is just very neat. What other Game Boy Advance games haven't hit the thing? That's right, that's exactly what I reminded myself of. That'll probably be when the stream is over, 3 hours from now. And, by the way, it's still not time for the lightning round. It's still a little ways out. This isn't survival, this is hitting the thing. Just jumping up and, bopping them from below. Oh, this is smart. I don't know I've seen a design quite like this, but with the one-way platforms, they can't fall. So after you make them spin, they still are able to, wait, how does that work? No, it's not a one-way platform. It's just a semi-solid. It's a semi-solid that's, under the things. And a one-way to prevent us from going up through the platform. I hope there was a checkpoint there. Yes, good. We have to go in with no... Okay, good. It gives us a mushroom. This is a very well-designed boss fight dealie. There's the first hit. What are those bullet bills on their heads for? Oh, I guess that's to reduce, like, the time they spend jumping, because they can't jump that high due to the bullet bill on their back. Bullet bill on board. Bullet bill on board. That's a amusing statement. Huh? Oh, hey, this opens up a second phase, where now Goombas are coming at us from below. I thought we were done. But we still have to do stuff. And, kill these guys to our left and right. I guess the on-off... That's not why there's the bullet bills. Those are there to activate phase 2. Smart design. Really smart design here. And no, we can't just do a running jump here to get up to the top. We have to do the thing. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Flavanoob. Flavanoob? Flavion Ube, maybe. You can pronounce things in multiple ways. Depending on how you fancy. So do you have to get both bullet bills there to get phase 2, or how does that work? I wonder. I'll say I'm still a little sleepy these days. Not because, like, jet lag or anything. That's long over. It's been, like, 3 weeks since I got home from Japan. If I'm sleepy now, it's more because I've been playing too much Metaphor late into the night. Which, yeah, it's an upcoming card. Uh-huh. You'll see, you'll see. Need to stop doing that. Need to sleep more. Need to not be so dependent on, like, afternoon naps. Doing a lot of afternoon naps, and, since I got that whole day-long stream on Sunday, I will need to be awake for all of it, and not, like, take a 6 p.m. nap or something of the sort. I'll sleep in, it'll be fine. Jeez. Oh, wow, once you hit them, they release their thing immediately. Wow. Timer is up. Kill both Wendy's. Okay, good, yeah. That's what I was planning on doing. We have 5 tries left, considering that the timer has run out. Let's make it happen. This is a very tough boss fight, but very fun, very original. And, you know, does a lot of things I haven't seen before. Hey. It's always a good... I'm always impressed when I see things I haven't seen before. Like, you know, you would think that this sort of, like, fish use, right? Where someone has fish coming out of pipes and in slow gravity and they go up to your level. You would think that'd be all over, but, like, I don't think I've seen that many levels to use it. Real talk. Don't throw up. Throw to the side. Hopefully that's good enough. It's not. There we go. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Oh, there's like dry bones. There's fish bones now. What? Huh? What the fuck? There's another one! No! There's a phase 3? Wow. I can't believe that. We'll see what we can do. We got 4 tries left. My God. Here we go. My goal for right now should be to get through this segment, these 2 parts. Let's say these 2 parts with my mushroom. If I can do that, I'll be feeling pretty good. Okay, hey. First segment down. But fuck. This last phase is gonna be hell. I gotta get 3 hits on the motherfucker whilst avoiding everything under the sun. All right. Ugh. Relax. Relax. We still got 3 tries left. We'll do it. We got this. If you like this, if you like seeing me try to beat a level in limited tries, you'll love the lightning round coming up in around 10 minutes. Shit. If I wasn't on unlimited lives right now, if I was just on a timer, this would be about the right time to go like, okay, maybe a reset is better here than trying to do it on no mushroom from phase 1. Right? But I am on limited lives, so we gotta be conservative here. We also gotta use these guys effectively. Did I pop a balloon there? I don't think I did. Maybe I did. You know what? Let's assume that I did. Let's assume that I did. Let's assume. I think I did. I think I did. I was on 3. I remember being on 3. I don't remember being on 2. You did. You hear boop? Good. Okay. My memory sometimes. I forget things. Forget that I did a thing. You know what I would really love here? I would really love to have a fire flower or something of the sort. Oh, I guess you can't do that because that would make it so that you could kill the guys on the left and right without, using the fireballs. The cape, though, you could do the cape. The cape would allow you to fly and, hit those blocks above you without, using the fishies. That said, the cape would require you to get, like, a running start, so it'd be a pretty skillful thing to do if you think about it. If you pulled that shit off. I don't know. I would personally think there would be, like, there's, like, a valid case for that, honestly. That'd be my feedback if I were to have feedback. But, it is really original. That or hell, I'll say. Here's my other thoughts. This would be perfect for like a mid-fight checkpoint. A mid-fight, not a checkpoint, but like a mid-fight mushroom. You know what I mean? Like, just with the second Wendy, a single mushroom, if that happened, my god, it'd be lots easier. I guess I'm just saying. I'm loving it. I'm really enjoying it. The difficulty is kind of delightful. The chaos is delightful for what it is worth. I'm just saying. You can max X and not get hit. True, yeah, that would be very easy to avoid everything here, especially stuff that, other than the projectile from the lady. Oh my god. Oh, that's the last try. We're all out of tries now. Thank you for the level. That was quite fantastic. Really enjoyed it. But that's all she wrote. That's all we can do for right now. I'll say you can always resubmit these levels tonight, any nights later. It's up to you. Though we are going into the lightning round soon, so we'll be going through levels quickly and getting fewer tries on each one coming up pretty soon here, so keep that in mind as you're submitting levels going forward. I'm dismissing and bringing up the next person. Happy Gamer, you are up. Let's put that into chat. I think this might be the last of the levels outside the lightning round. If it happens to be particularly long, like at all. Considering that it is 7:54. So, you know, the lightning round's coming up right soonish. Boss fights in this game are so lame, you had to do something about it. I don't know. I feel like people do really good boss fights, but that is a really good boss fight. You have a unique combination of elements, most of which that were set up through the level, and it escalates in a way that is just fucking incredible. Could use, like, a mid-fight power-up. That would be my only note. But, you know, hey, if you want it to be hard as balls, that's up to you. Here's another card. Hey, you hear about Nintendo Music? That's... Nintendo has been putting out a lot of weird news lately. And particularly not revealing the Switch 2. Alarmo, Banjo-Tooie, and Shadow Man. Now this... Nintendo Music. If you don't know what Nintendo Music is, it came out the other day. And what it is it's a music app on your phone. The music app on your phone, it has, like, songs, albums from, like, they didn't steal the Switch 2. What are you talking about? That's not something for them to steal. Oh, do you mean, like, hackers and leakers have? Oh, maybe, yeah. I think I've seen, like, leaks and stuff about that. Yeah, there's been some pretty good leaks about the Switch 2. No leaks about Nintendo Music, though, surprisingly. Or Alarmo. Actually, I think someone might have leaked Alarmo, and no one believed them. Something like that. There's, like, a bunch of albums here for various games, such as, let me look here. Such as, like, Mario Wonder, which just was added yesterday, less than a week after the service went up. It's already getting updated music, which, okay, cool, yeah. Keep on putting albums because there's not enough. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Kirby Star Allies, Wii Channels, that's really good, the Wii Channels one. Low-key, one of the better ones. You can listen to the shop music on your phone if you didn't already have that. Tomodachi Collection. The only GameCube game is Metroid Prime. Pretty good pick, honestly. The only Game Boy Advance game is Fire Emblem, the Blazing Blade. It's not a good pick. The only N64 games are Ocarina of Time and Star Fox 64. I'd rather have Majora's Mask, but whatever. So there are a couple songs in Ocarina of Time that are good. And, yes, Donkey Kong Country and Yoshi's Island are two of the first ones, which, those are pretty good picks. No Super Mario World, though, so whatever. They should add Smash Brothers and Diddy Kong Racing, and honestly, I think they should go into third-party stuff. Go get Banjo-Kazooie on there. I feel like, I tried it out, and I do think the music app, I don't see Happy Gamer, so let's just plow into this with 2 lives. I think it's pretty decent, and I think it has some good features. They don't use the anti-gravity fish, that's true. The fish don't have time to get going. That's fair, yeah. That was something I did try using the fish before. And I think I have used some anti-gravity fish in a couple cases. And that was always an issue with them. I once tried to do a level where it was kind of like Kong-fused cliffs. Or that's not that one. The Lost World level from DKC3 where the guy shoots the barrel upwards and it just keeps going and you jump on it like bow, 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 and you sort of get height. I tried to do something like that, but with the fishes, and it just wasn't clicking. It just wasn't working, and I ended up going in a completely different direction for that level, which ended up being Red Girder Gala, which is not that at all. It does have fishes in it, but not come from pipes. I think it has some good features. Like, honestly, it has a button you can press to just extend a song and just make it so that it's 30 minutes long, an hour long, if you like, which is just a brilliant feature. Like, goddamn, Like, you can listen to it at its original length of 2 minutes, or you could do it like extended style, which, yeah, no, that's definitely how people consume video game music. Really shrewd choice there. Really shrewd in how that works. That said, I do think the lineup is just very limited. Cool. The lineup is just very limited, and fact is, I already have like most of the music that I would actually want already on my phone. You know, like yeah, I've had Donkey Kong Country and in fact the whole trilogy since like on my phone, or even better on my computer. Really, I've had those albums since before I had a phone, before there were phones, before there were mobile phones. I have had like rips of that were made like before the mobile phone was invented. Are you supposed to go back here? Interesting design. You can see why they're missing from the first half of the level. Sure, yeah. Complicated for sure to accommodate. I definitely found when messing with the app, with the music app, myself going like, oh, this is great, I'm listening to some Donkey Kong Country music, and now I want to listen to Conker's Bad Fur Day, I want to listen to Frankie, and surprise, surprise, they don't have Frankie on the music app. What they do have is Lon Ranch, and like, okay, like, no shade to Lon Ranch, but like, Lon Ranch is no banger, right? In fact, I would go so far as to say, like, if you go through their playlist of, like, the top songs, I would just go ahead and say, like, yeah, most of these aren't bangers, actually. Like, oh, just a random Mario Kart track? Like, okay, well, Mario Kart has good music, but it's not like Celeste or nothing. You know, it's not like S tier. Where the fuck are we going? I've gotten turned around at some point. I was here earlier. Weird. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be going here, Happy Gamer. Thank you for the level. Oh shit! Fuck! I jumped off I missed the things I was looking for there. The acorns. It is now 8 o'clock, by the way, so hey. There we go. We didn't finish this level. I'm hitting dismiss. Yeah. Anyway, Nintendo music. I'm not, like, in love with it. I'm not feeling it. I will have it on my phone, and, you know, if they add stuff on it that I don't have, like, downloaded versions of, like, yeah, no, I haven't went and gone, like, I haven't went and grabbed, like, the soundtrack to Mario Wonder. It's true. But also, like, when I'm looking to listen to video game music, a lot of it isn't Nintendo. A lot of it is just like YouTube. Yes, exactly. Why not just use YouTube? A lot of the time, I'm not going like, I want to listen to fucking Moo Moo Farm. A lot of the time, I'm thinking like, man, I want to listen to some Metaphor music right now. From Metaphor Refantazio. Oh my god, there's some tracks from that are really fucking good. Or, oh, I want to listen to some Astrobots music. And obviously, Nintendo will never have Astrobots. But like, I'll say, like, if someone could do, like, a video game music app that was, like, dedicated and, like, basically free and had, like, all the video game music you could ever want, like, in a format that was, like, convenient, I guess I'm talking about YouTube. I guess I'm talking about YouTube right now. YouTube, there's YouTube music, right? That's a thing. I guess I'm talking about YouTube music. That's a thing, right? Like, is that an app or is that just a thing you pay for as part of this premium subscription of that? Tropical Freeze. Yes, they need to add Tropical Freeze. They need to add Diddy Kong Racing. There's a lot of things they need to add, honestly. And I'll say, even though I'm like looking at this and going like, yeah, no, I don't need it. But also, do add to it, please. I'll keep it on my phone, since it's included with my subscription to Nintendo, and I don't have to pay extra money to it. I don't have any streaming music services because I don't listen to that much music other than anime openings. So and like video game music, so I don't subscribe to Spotify or anything of the sort. So this is my first music service, and I'll say it's a little bit jank insofar as like if you. I feel like all things should work like Apple Music does, where when you open the app, it doesn't like override any music that you're listening to until you hit play on it. And also, if you're like pull up a web browser that has like some sort of shitty embedded video, so long as it's not doing sound, it shouldn't take over from the music app. And Nintendo Music has some quality of life stuff there, unfortunately. That's enough talking about Nintendo Music. We're done talking about Nintendo Music, which is great because, folks, do you know what time it is? That's right, it's time for a timestamp to go into the VOD. And that's why I needed to stop talking about Nintendo Music and finish my thought there. It's time for the lightning round. Hey, it's the lightning round. That's right. During the lightning round, we will have I see wait, hey, there you are. During the lightning round, I'll remember that. Yes, fish thumbnail. More at things that will not make sense to anyone who is watching the VOD and for some reason skips to the lightning round. During the lightning round, we will start at 5 tries left to beat each level that comes our way. 5 tries, 7 for Twitch subs. That's the thing that costs money. Costs like $5, $6 now. They went up in price recently, sadly. And you can see that the extra lives, they come in a variety of forms, such as Daisy heads, such as more Mario heads, some that aren't even Mario. Those are less likely though. Let's just randomize that because Eatwee is here. I'll say the first level of the night also gets bonus heads. That's how it works. Twitch subscribers and also the first level of the night in the lightning round. And looks like we got Mario heads. Perfect. And if you're not here, it still works sudden death style. But now when we switch from sudden death to lightning round, if you show up, we'll convert the amount of lives we lost in sudden death over to the lightning round, and you know you'll have like 3 lives left, 4 lives left if I had lost any. For you know, to explain how that works. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay, let's do it. Let's see what we can do. This is a, looks like we're doing the super world. Looks like we were doing the super world last time. So that is all good. We are in world 1. How hard can this be? Have I played this level before? I wonder. Movement, 3 stars. That's something that I don't do ever, is put like difficulty ratings on my levels. This one seems familiar. I feel like I saw this one like... This one... I've seen this one before, haven't I? Oh, jeez. That can't be good if I've seen this one before and not completed it. See, or maybe this is very similar. Maybe this is very similar. Oh, the coins are optional? Cool, okay. You know what? We won't bother then. Let's conserve our lives. Oh, they skipped like half the level though? Let's try that then. I remember the second half being... Maybe you make a lot of levels like this. Maybe you like a lot of levels like this because honestly, now that I see some of these areas, they don't look 100% familiar. But I definitely remember a level like this where it's all I definitely very clearly remember a level that with like a fixed height setup where there are red coins to collect and it's in a cave like this. You've made a lot of this kind of level. Okay. So I'm maybe thinking of one of those. Maybe one of those that I already finished last ever ago. Corrupt capitalism at its finest. Ibidip. I'm an idiot. Turned around and grabbed it. Follow. Well, if it's gonna skip half the level, that is just a good idea to go for, because the half you're skipping is probably brutally hard. That said, if I'm losing a power-up just getting through the first jump here, that doesn't bode well for us. Does not bode well. Fuck. You've probably played the first star of this level. Might be 2 or 3 stars. I'll say I haven't liked it yet, so that indicates that I haven't played it yet. So it's probably just familiarity. Some coins are puzzle life, and easier to get, others require skill. Gotcha, yeah, so maybe... I got an idea. Maybe the key here is to wait. Maybe this is a bad idea, let's find out. Yes, good idea, good idea. Yes! Is to wait until we go through that before getting the mushroom, and that way we'll be small enough to like, get through the gap. Wait a minute. But also being big makes this jump a lot harder, because that small jump would have hit me into the spikes if I had tried it. This may be a very hard level to get through with a mushroom. How does this work? Maybe if you get a POW block is the idea? That's what you do? Gotcha. Okay, good to know that we're discovering the intended strats. You can trust any arrows if you see them. Cool, okay. That's nice to know. I feel like I do trust arrows, unless it's at a troll level, in which... Shit. Can I leave that there? Please. Yes, okay, good. We're on our last try. Let's try to make it count. This level is a difficult one. You can trust the level until... Fuck! Until it fools you. Yeah, no, that it didn't fool me there. I just hit the button wrong. I just jumped at a bad time. Thank you for the level. Very good, Eatwee. Feel free to, you know, resubmit as the night continues. Tiramisu, you are up. Believe on the YouTube side? Believe Tiramisu is on the YouTube side. Go ahead and confirm. I'm gonna pop another card. I bought Sonic X Shadows Generations. I was sort of curious about that. Hey, Tiramisu is here. Fantastic. Full assortment of lives then. I was sort of curious about Sonic / Shadow. I heard that the Shadow part was basically a new game, and I never played the original game in the first place, so... And people seemed to like it, so I was like, what the fuck, right? I was sort of interested in it as a podcast game, maybe like after I did Banjo-Tooie, maybe play some Sonic X Shadow Generations. And I'll say, so far, I think it's kind of weird. I don't know. I'll say I think I prefer like the Sonic Adventure style of how Sonic works than the Sonic Generation style where you like have a boost button and Shadow can't roll. I don't know what's up with that. Instead, he has like a magic spear thing. I think that's kind of weird and not to my liking, really. And the levels are pretty okay. And I think it's cool that there's like challenge versions of them, but I'm kind of not feeling it quite so much, I'll say. Like, maybe it's like, okay. Maybe it's somewhere between like a 3 out of 5 and a 4 out of 5. In my experience so far. I'll say I haven't played like a ton of it, and part of that is that because I like to sometimes play a video game whilst watching anime, I am realizing now that there is a limit to like how fast a game can be before that stops working, right? Like, if I'm watching anime, I'm reading subtitles, right? And this is, by the way, an advanced skill that I picked up. This is something that like, I'm sure some people go like, what the fuck? You can play a video game on a second screen whilst watching subtitled anime, and I would say yes. Every second or so, I look back and I read the subtitle real fast, then I look back at the game, and I do that repeatedly, and it works. It's fine, and I do that especially with shows that I'm a little more like mildly enjoying. You know, not like the ones that don't grab me quite as much. The 4 out of 5s of the world, I guess. Or if I'm just feeling in the mood to play a video game, and, you know, whatever. And Sonic X Shadow, it's just, way too fast for that. I just can't do that. But, hell, maybe it's perfectly fine for, like, YouTube and, like, English shows. And I'll plug away at that when I have time and I'm not busy with other games that are better stream games. I'll say. Oh, crap. We only have one bomb. Shit. I gotta die. There's no two ways about it. Yeah, I know, right? There goes the first life. Ah! There goes the second life. I need to wait until the bullet bill. I need to use the bullet bill to get over. Not a good start. Oh, right, I can't grab. I got scared of the bomb there. This is Super Mario Bros. 1. I cannot grab and throw. I don't think I realized that the first life. So, perhaps then I was always bound to fail there. Let's wait for this guy to get, like, right there. Then do... What the fuck? How does that... Oh, thank God. That is, that is hinkier than I would have thought. That is real goddamn hinky. Wow. That's right, I did pass the first screen! Wait, what? Okay. I did pass the first screen for a time. Not anymore. Still, hey, we know what to do now. Even if we know that it's, finicky. Fuck! Thank you for the little tiramisu. Hope you enjoyed seeing it. Those lives went real fast, huh? Such is the lightning round. Thank you. You can feel free to resubmit. You know, keep in mind, with the lightning round, the queue will be moving faster, and, that'll be good for, good for anyone waiting. There's quite a few people in queue. I think this is as busy as the queue has been since I got back from since before my Japan vacation, really. Since like the last streams from before that. So like a month, for like a month or so. Which is cool. Hey, that's great. Squink is up. Squink, go ahead and confirm. Squink, you know what to do. Another game I've been playing. A Metaphor Refantazio. I'm 40 hours in and goddamn loving it. Oh my god. Refantazio. Metaphor, as I call it. I just call it Metaphor, honestly. Fucking phenomenal. It's a Persona-style game from the Persona people. And it's in a fantasy world that is basically... minor spoilers as far as the premise goes. It's sort of set up as like a fantasy election. The king is dead, the king has died, and like there is a power struggle to become the next king that basically manifests as like a magical election. And it's very fun, where there's a lot of like world travel that is cool. You're like traveling around the kingdom, the various like allied kingdoms, and giving, like, campaign speeches to raise your charisma, and, doing a bunch of other bullshit, and it's really fucking good. A couple things I will call out that is great about it. One, it has, like, the same day management system as Persona, except it has some new stuff, such as, like, travel time, where, like, you'll get onto, like, a ship, onto your, like, your vehicle, and it'll take like 2 days to get you to like a dungeon or something. And during that 2-day dive, you'll spend time on the ship. You know, you can hang out with your crew. You can like do all your like social link stuff. The day is not wasted just because it takes a day to get to a dungeon thing, which is kind of cool, or like a side quest thing, which is pretty neat. Another thing that it does great is that the parts that are between the major dungeons, like, actually have gameplay to them, actually have, like, places you go and plot twists that are unexpected and cool, such that, like, they are practically mini dungeons, mini, like, approaching dungeon quality, even though they're not, like, full dungeon, and that is just, wow, that is just cool as hell. EGAD's Lab, fantastic. I am just loving it, and I've gotten to some amazing twists. I am like, okay, let's just draw out, here's the map, right? I am in the area at the bottom of the map, in the ocean. I guess that makes it kind of obvious. You could just look, there's a big island. Would that be a spoiler that you spend time on the big island? I am at, like, I just finished the 3rd dungeon, and I'm now waiting for the time to pass. And I'm having an amazing time. That dungeon was amazing. This looks like it's not a difficult thing. This is just music. Well done. Well done, music. Some of Squink's levels are actually levels, but some of them are not. Like this one. Hey. I am having an amazing time, and I'll say, like, I have had to make a rule for myself. Honestly, I have had to make a rule for myself to not play Metaphor, not start Metaphor after midnight, because I have on several occasions said to myself, like, I could go for like an hour of Metaphor right now. I know it's 1 o'clock, but just an hour would be good, and it's never just an hour. It's never just an hour. There's always another thing. You know, I say to myself, I'm gonna start the 3rd dungeon. And then I finish the 3rd dungeon, and then go, like, 2 hours longer after that. And, you know, I'm always compelled to see the next thing. And more than that, I'm always loving the result of what I'm getting to. I'm never disappointed by the next thing. And, goddamn, Metaphor is amazing. It was not on my radar. I didn't know, like, how Persona-like it would be. And, it has just very quickly shot out to be, like, a Game of the Year. A very clear Game of the Year contender. And it would have to end... I'll say this. With how much it has grabbed me, how much it has hooked me, how much I am just loving every minute, every hour... And again, I'm 40 hours in, and it's like an 100-hour game, maybe an 80-hour game. 80 to 120, probably. I don't know. Maybe I'm going slowly. I'm not sure. I'm 40 hours in, and, like, with how much I'm loving it, it would have to end very, very poorly for it to not be my Game of the Year, I think, at this point. It would have to drop the ball entirely, which I have heard some people say, like, yeah, the last half, the ending hours, not as hot, but... I don't know if I believe them. I feel like I don't know how this can do wrong. I don't know, like, how it can end poorly. I don't know how it can peter off. It's so good. If you like Persona, don't sleep on Metaphor. It might be better than Persona 5. I'm just gonna say it. Certainly they have improved and iterated a lot of the ideas of Persona 5, and also, like, the class system is so much more flexible, and you can... Basically, every social link unlocks a class. Thank you, Squink, very much. I'm gonna hit complete and bring up the next one. Every social link unlocks a class, and you can just sort of, like, mix and match the classes in a lot of cool ways. Bowser is up next, and Bowser is here. Fantastic. Like, you could say, like, okay, first off, everyone can be any class, and anyone can advance any class, and also... Every class can get a number of moves from just any other class that party member has unlocked. So let's say you've had one of your guys, you're having him be like the puncher guy, right? And you say like, I would like you to also have fire and electricity. So I'm going to have you train as a mage for a bit, and then once you get those moves, I'm going to put those onto the brawler, and you get more moves that are pulled over, like the more social link you have, which gives you real good reasons to pursue those social links and get those things forwarded. And it's just, yeah, it's like a step above Persona 5, and I loved Persona 5. It's like one of my favorite RPGs of all time, and I'm just surprised that they have put out a game that is on that fucking level. And I'm looking forward to figuring out, like finishing it and getting my time back, because boy howdy, Metaphor is a time investment. Again, I need to not start it after midnight. Midnight rolls around, that's it for Metaphor time. I can start it like after work. I can start like late at night, not maybe like in the evening, more so 10 o'clock maybe, 11 at latest. But like midnight, man, that's just asking for trouble. I think that's the thing about a 100-hour game, I'll say, is that it's important for it to be like so playable, so like it's just so easy to binge, such that like, oh, it's 100 hours, but like you're gonna play sessions of like 6 hours or more and just go like, oh god, I'm so sad that I'm stopping now. I would love to keep going and see what happens next. I'm so intrigued here. The plot is so good. I'll say the plot is really good. And the places that I've gone, really interesting. You're like really interested in them as far as like even the ones that sound like simple on the face of them are like full of interesting stuff, good music, and some genuinely compelling plot twists. I think I've gotten like every party member, by the way, right now, except for one, and I'm very curious who the last party member is. Did I lose a life? I didn't hit the button if I did. I'm not sure. Let's just carry on. It probably won't make a difference either way. And that would refresh my life anyway, so it's fine. Okay, good. We're good. Bowser's levels are not that hard. It's fine. Just do it. Yeah, that's not a bad idea considering that this level is not that difficult. But yeah, that would have refreshed anyway, so we're good. We're good. Regardless of the truth. Oh, that's nice. Those guys get killed. Very cool, very fun. Really great level right here. And it's fun that you can wait for a minute to use this to clear out more dudes. Very fun little level. Again, don't sleep on Metaphor. It is gonna be like, if not Game of the Year, then runner-up to Game of the Year. I don't see that changing. But who knows? We'll see how fucking Brothership is. Maybe Brothership will be good enough to beat it. I don't know. What else is coming out? I have a whole list. Did I put it on my phone? Oh yeah, I put Game of the Year tier list. A bunch of things that I could try. Life is Strange, I could try that. Indiana Jones, that could be fine. Anton Blast, I bet that's okay. And Marvel Rivals, I bet that's okay. But probably not Game of the... That's probably like... as good as Marvel Rivals could be, it'd probably be like number 3 tops, like Marvel Snap was 2 years ago. Nito Dorico. That's probably lower bottom of the list type game. Unless it's like fucking amazing. That's an indie platformer, by the way. Nico Dorico, which I'm going to try out during the Streamiversary stream on Sunday. Yeah, I don't see anything on this coming soon list that is really like feasible to be like Astrobot quality, to be like Metaphor quality. I don't see it. But hey, maybe something will surprise me. I'll also say if Metal Gear Solid Delta comes out, it is not eligible on account of being a remake. Okay, there we go. A lot of games are not eligible for being remakes, like Persona 3 Reload, which I'll say is not as good as Metaphor. Metaphor is better than Persona 3 Reload. I'm just gonna say it. That is true. That is true. It's a better game. You should, if and Persona 3 Reload is a fantastic remake, but it's not as good as Metaphor Refantazio. TTYD also not eligible. Obviously, it's a remake. It's the same game as it was in 2004. And I'll say, like, it is one of my favorite games of all time. But, like, you know, yeah. N2 Omi. Not a lot left, you see. We're getting down to it. Yeah, we got like 6 in the queue. But still, there's quite a few. Certainly, it's a lot fewer than it was earlier. That is true. N2 Omi, do say something. I also played a little bit of Rivals 2. Speaking of games that will not be Game of the Year tier. Rivals of Aether 2 is sort of a sequel to the 2D platform fighter Rivals of Aether, a Smash-like, you see. And this one is not 2D anymore. It's 3D models, so they sort of had to remake it from the ground up. And also there are ledges, there are grabs, there are shields, there's stuff that Rivals of Aether did not have, which is interesting. I'll say I played some of it this Wednesday, against a friend from Discord, an internet friend I have. I've played against Rebucket, sometimes viewer of the channel, chatter, subscriber. Played against him, which was fun off stream, and I'll say it was a bit of fun playing against him, but I don't know. I really don't. I feel like there's a lot of minor, subtle things that feel just wrong about it in comparison to Rivals 1. I also feel like my PC doesn't run it super good, which is weird considering my PC is like super kitted. It's like a gaming PC I made a year ago, so around the start of the year, so right before New Year's, in fact. So it should be able to run whatever. And yet, it tears like a motherfucker, and I feel like there's latency. I feel like my character doesn't move. What the fuck was that hitbox? Did you see that? That was weird. My character, I feel like, they don't move quite as smoothly as they did in Rivals 1, I think. Which I think is a damn shame. Actually, I don't know if you can get enough height to get up there. And also, I died. That was a Super Mario Maker 2 hitbox at its finest. Yeah. N2 Omi, I don't see it here, so 2 tries is all I can do for the time being. I'll give you a second to confirm while I continue my anecdote about Rivals of Aether 2. Anyway, I'll say I think currently, if I'm being honest, Rivals 1 is still a better game. It's still more fun to play, it feels a lot better, and also it has a lot more characters. Even if you don't include Workshop, which has... I'll say I think that a lot of Workshop characters are a lot better than the new characters they've added. The Fox Fleet and Loxodont, the elephant, who are sort of like a archer character that hovers. I don't know if there's a comparison for Fleet in Smash Brothers, but Loxodon is sort of like a DDD type character, a DDD type heavy. I don't think they're quite as good. Maybe not a heavy, maybe not heavyweight. I don't know, technically, but big hitbox, you know, like DDD. I don't think they're as good as like some of the Workshop characters that I played, and also it doesn't feel as good. I don't think it's ready for prime time. I think that whenever it comes out on Switch 2, the next Nintendo console next year, probably, I feel like that's going to be the actual release date, the actual launch, and more of the actual... We'll have more of the actual polish you're looking for from a platform fighter, but until then, I just don't know I'll ever play it. And it's kind of a shame because I do really love just playing Rivals of Aether idly. I think it feels so good to play that it's just something I like to play as a podcast game. Just mindlessly, just running around, even just playing against computer players, just stomping them repeatedly. Just like, yeah, it's fun to hit the moves and to do like a cool dunk or to kill in a fun way, even if there's no challenge. It's just fun. It just feels good. I don't see N2Omi. I think that is enough time, not enough stalling. It's time to pull up Archman's level. Archman's, go ahead and confirm. Archman. So, yeah, there's where I stand on Rivals 2. I'm not feeling it. It's very possible in time it'll be, it'll be a live game, it'll get more characters, like 5 a year is what they're aiming for apparently, which, that sounds pretty good. It'll get, like, some of the characters I'm looking for, and probably new characters that could be cool. There's only 2 new characters in the base game, as is, which, again, they had to rebuild everything from scratch. There was originally 2D and 3D, so I understand, like, the uncanniness, and I understand, like, why half the cast is not in yet, but I'm looking forward to when it's more fleshed out, and hopefully then it'll be a better experience. Pick any you like. Fantastic. Let's see now. What's good? Frostbite slopes, hold down. Ooh, Morton's Massive Minion Mountain? A giant level? That sounds good. You don't see that many people going for a giant gimmick. Because, giant enemies are just so commonplace in Mario Maker. They're not even like just for gimmick levels. They're just standard fare. Let's do it. This wouldn't be a bad one for a thumbnail either, hell. Like, giant enemies and a giant character. I feel like I feel like I've had the giant power-up very rarely represented in thumbnails for these Friday night streams. For the VOD on YouTube. You would think they'd be more common, but it just I don't know, it really happens that frequently. Oh, this is cool. Shame about the contrast there, the piranha plants and the vines, same color and all, but I would probably have made it so the vines didn't go underneath them, but damn it. It's still really cool. Nice, we got through clean. Another thing that's nice about this power-up is it allows you to kill those guys. Allows you to kill those guys, those Goombas, without them splitting up. Not these guys, though. Not these Wigglers. These guys, yes. Very fun. This power-up is so good. It's always good to see a power-up that you don't see as often as other power-ups, which I suppose is always going to be a lot of them because, they're exclusive to their game, and, that limits when they can appear. How many levels that can have them. So, refresh? Oh, I see. Gotta activate that bullet bill? Or that, not that bullet bill, that, flomp. Oh, we got a follow whip. Okay, he despawned, but I will respawn him. Yeah, mistaken identity there. Spoke without thinking. It happens. Alright. Just a very mellow stroll through a hard level full of hard enemies. Here, the way is opened. Oh, hey, it's almost a little bit of a Squeals on Wheels, but like sideways, because this is another area that we went through earlier. Sideways Squeals on Wheels, who would have thunk? I don't know that I've ever seen sideways Squeals on Wheels. I like it. I like to see it. I always like to see things I haven't seen before. Novel things, you know? A lot of novelty tonight. Feel like there's a lot of good names for this, for this live stream that are presenting themselves. Between all the novel things that we're seeing and such. I mean, it is the day after Halloween, so something related to that Halloween anecdote at the top wouldn't be bad. I was thinking, like, yeah, I could just say the doorbell difference a bit about that whole thing where, you know, I got trick-or-treaters because I got a doorbell now for the first time, even though this is still an apartment. I could just say that a couple times and make that the title, and that would be like, you know, this is the only time it's gonna be like, right after Halloween, foreseeable future, right? So, it'll pretty positively identify which stream it is. You know, there wouldn't be a doorbell-related title, like, in March. Unless there were, like, doorbell ditchers that happened during a stream, in which case, it could do. But, that's silly. I always don't know if, like, talking too explicitly about the title of the stream, of the VOD, is, like, getting too meta. Getting too, you know, behind the scenes, but I think it's fun to do, so I do it. And I hope people enjoy me occasionally spitballing, like, what's the title gonna be? There's things I've said this stream that are other candidates. Ooh, nice turns of phrases that represent this stream neatly, or otherwise sound cool and interesting. It's basically what I'm looking for. Good level, very fun. Hinge, you are up. Hinge just said GG, fantastic, is good for it. Folks, I think that we're about to get some new, to another topic here. I need to space out anime talk with the new format, and will do. I've been doing a new format for anime talk recently, where I pull up a slideshow of all the animes that I've been watching, finishing, that sort of thing. And I've been just trying to run through them all at once recently on the last few streams. And I think I've learned that I sort of need to treat them in the same way I treat cards, right? And do them like a couple at a time, tops. And that's what I'm going to do. In fact, tonight, I have done the anime cards in a way that is spaced out on its own. I basically have each card be like, talk about the next one show, talk about the next several shows. And the way that I space it out is basically just how I watch them in the moment. I finished this many shows on this day, this many shows on that day, and there's a card for each of those. Basically, I've been really behind on last season's anime, finishing last season's anime. Just kidding. That's the description. I just noticed the description there. Happiness as a level. Just kidding. This will be a whole thing. I'll say, over this week, I managed to finish off the last season of anime, I was behind on it because I was in Japan for a 3-week vacation when a lot of the shows were finishing, so I wasn't able... I fell behind on everything. And now that I've been back for 3 weeks, I have finally caught the fuck up. Except for some shows that I am behind on intentionally because I don't like them as much. You know, I haven't been prioritizing. But I have finished off all the shows from last season. Now I can talk about all of them. And I will do. In a manner that is not all at once. Okay? Okay, let's do this level. Oh, this looks fine. I don't see a problem here. I was expecting this to be a troll level from the name, but this just seems like a mildly annoying level. This just seems mildly annoying at worst. Like, this jump is tricky, but it's not like it's killing me or nothing. I'm going to relax and like let my guard down if you don't mind. Excuse me while I let my guard down. I think that sounds like a perfectly good idea. I don't think my guard needs to be up here. No. Well, it could be higher than that. It can be higher than that. Need to not, run into things. That, is always the case. I think I might need this. Well, I can't... Wait, I can jump over this thing. Ah, but to no avail, it does nothing for me. Okay. Small jump there. Small jump there. God damn it. Ah! That was not what I wanted to do. I was pretty focused, I thought. People in chat are amused. I'm glad. I like that. I'm happy for you. That's ideal. Okay, okay, okay. Here we go, here we go. Oh, jeez. Oh, fuck. A lot of dicked up stuff here. Oh, my God! Okay, you can't wait at the bottom. You gotta move. You gotta move while the platform is in the right spot. I'll say, by the way, for what it's worth, a getting over it style level, getting over it with Benefati, a getting over style level, a timeout counts as for as many lives as there are 100 seconds on the clock. So, if we were to time out, that would be the end of this level. But also, I don't know. I feel like I probably will die. Yeah, I know, right? That's, I'll say I have a rule for that. For something that is, like, so not deadly that you will never die. But, fuck. But, I feel like this might be the kind of level where we sometimes die. So, you know, I suspect we might not get that out. We're only 200 seconds in. And death is always so close. Death is... Fuck! Death is always right there. Something like that wouldn't be a bad name for the stream. Death is always right there. Death approaches. I thought I would die there. Honestly, I thought that was it. That is true, I keep messing up. I don't think a stream name has ever referenced messing up. There's always somehow unique names that I can pick out from a stream if I think about it, and if I keep trying to say new things. I do try to say new things. I try to... No. Fuck! You can cheese this level to ascending from a higher plane in which you can ignore physics. I'm not sure what plane that is. Awesome. XD. Awesome. See, look at that. We're down to 1 life. Oh, the X-axis. That's right. Oh, look at that. We got through without waiting. We just have to boogie. This is the last try, but I'm feeling lucky. Also, hey, if that spike gets us, we're not, like, loose. That'll be it. Ooh. Doing a small jump is really hard. I'd really like to... Okay. Ooh. Okay, that blocks it. You don't think this is a timing thing more than like a jumping thing, right? Like, maybe it's a timing thing, not a jumping thing. Maybe I need to bait out 2 spike balls and then run past whilst he's not throwing anymore. Let's relax. Take our time. And get ready to not die in a terrible way right now. The only thing that matters is getting past it. That's right. This is true. Go! I got past it, but that wasn't enough. Turns out there's other things that matter beyond getting past it. Also, that was the last life. So, yeah. That'll be a good YouTube short one day. That'll be a fantastic YouTube short one day. Every Mario Maker stream is just jam-packed with moments that'll be great YouTube shorts one day. I'll say, I clipped up, I did my first, like, I clipped up an old stream for the first time since I got back from Japan. First time since before that trip. And I pulled out like 12, I pulled up like a bunch of clips, but 12 of them I think are good enough to be YouTube shorts one day. Covering unique things that were not already covered by shorts I already have on the channel. Or just very fun moments in and of themselves, even if they are similar. Like, I have died a lot of ways, a lot of times, and there's only so many ways you can do that, but I don't know. That was a good bit. I bet that'll be a winner. That's a winner. When I get around to it. I'm very behind on all that. I got, like, streams from the last year to randomly choose to clip up. It might be years until I clip up this stream. Who fucking knows? I hope not. I hope I catch up and get back into clipping in real time. But, not really realistic right now. Flavion Oob is up next. Perfect. Wonderful. Is here as well. Wonderful. Here's the first of the anime cards. I dropped the anime Blue Miburu, which I described last week as being okay, but it has no hook, and it's on like one of the more busy days of the week, Saturday. And after watching that, like a little bit of that second episode, I said, you know what? I'll just stick with the good animes on Saturday. I don't need anything that's like B tier or below. I finished one anime yesterday or on Saturday though, which was show this thing, My Hero Academia season 6, was it? Season 6? Let me move my stream chat so I can see where it says season 7. Yeah, so season 7 of that just finished. It's all just one big fight, but it's a really goddamn good fight that uses the cast well and separates them all into their own little fights, which all had like enough stuff going on for me to be thoroughly pleased and thoroughly enjoy it, and like, you know, definitely prioritize it whenever I had an episode to watch. And goddamn, really was quite pleased with that season, to the point where I decided to give it the heart, which is my indicator of like favorite status. I wasn't sure that it was S tier, but after the final episode and watching that whole scene play out and, you know, leave on a cliffhanger that's pretty cool, I decided like, okay, you know what? I have been enjoying this so much. It is probably the only criticisms I can make is like, yeah, it doesn't have the slice of life stuff anymore. It is one giant battle, but also like, you know, so too does like like my favorite shows of all time, like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood ends with a massive like 20 episode fight, and that's fun. I like that, so maybe I shouldn't hold it against it, right? That's just how it has to end. That's just where it ends up. Big fight. Yeah, no. How else would it end? I don't know, but this is making good use of the massive cast, and it has had a lot of episodes that were just super, super, super well done. And some plot twists along the way and things of that nature that were very entertaining. It's been a fantastic season, and editing about as well as I could imagine, honestly. I bet it would be really laborious if it was like, you know, you were reading it in manga form over the course of like 5 years. But over the course of an anime that you watch over 6 months, and I guess actually, you know, there's a final season coming, so, you know, there's that. But, yeah, we'll see how we can do in the second try here. I think it's a lot more like, manageable and a lot less hard to like get fatigued. I don't know. I've enjoyed it a lot, and I'm looking forward to the last season and seeing that ending that just came out in manga form like a year, like less than a year ago. They did a good job in pacing the anime such that the manga never got ahead. And it sounds like that final fight was like the thing for like years and years and years, so I bet it was kind of hard to, low-key hard to make that work and to make that pan out. You're right, there are no fishes until the second part. I'll say though, I think that's great. I think that's a good design. I always say, I sometimes say that I sometimes say that after a checkpoint is the perfect time to introduce a new idea. You know what I mean? To introduce a new mechanic, to like spice things up, and to make things more complicated. That's something I learned making some DKC remakes a while back in Mario Maker 1, and that's always just served me very well when designing my stages. Look for something big and interesting to like, you know, pull out in the second half. A big twist. At least you need a twist. At least you need to be like, hey, check this out. It's gone vertical now. It's gone auto-scroller now. Something like that keeps it interesting. I'll say after any checkpoint, you know, I only do one usually, though. I like a good one checkpoint level. Fucking fuck. Got too hasty there. Got too hasty. You might be able to see the attempt of adding the fish at the start of the without auto-scroller. And fuck, guys. You know what? I won't count that. I was reading chat. I won't count that one. You've been listening to Super Mario Maker streams in the background as you've been drawing. It's kind of making you want to go back to the game. Yeah, it's good. There's a lot of people making good levels, and I'll say I would recommend any of my own. Like, especially, the code is in like the profile, in my Twitch profile, YouTube profile. The code is there, and also in like the descriptions. My maker code is in the descriptions of live streams, right? Or I forget. That template is pre-written. I don't manually write that the channel information into every YouTube VOD. I copy paste. You can find that level code, my maker code, somewhere if you're interested in those. I'll say it's always a problem, often a problem. Curation, finding good levels. Discovery is a problem with Mario Maker. But, you know, for my part, I solve it very easily because people come and give me levels. And it turns out if you have people giving you levels, they usually give you pretty good ones. But, like, it's kind of hard without that. I mean, you could watch some streams and play the levels that are submitted. Or do, like, Reddit sharing, which is what I used to do before I became a streamer. That fucking fish bones made me jump, and in a wrong way. I was gonna spin jump. If you're gonna be on stream, you better make sure you look good. I look good. I think I look good. My couch looks good. The lighting is good. I have a haircut, which is nice. Was that last weekend? I think I got this haircut last weekend. I don't have to worry about my hair sticking up behind my headphones for a bit until it until it grows back. Ah, you mean the levels? Okay, I thought you were talking about me. I thought you were talking about me for some reason. Okay, good. Okay, no judgment there. I don't know. I think I look all right. I am, you know, on the thick side. I believe there's like some statistics that say I am overweight, but also like all of America is overweight, so that's, you know, I'm probably like less noticeable than some, you know, with a shirt on, you know, with a shirt on. Absolutely not so noticeable, especially like from the this up, you know, like what the fuck. But definitely not thin. No, that was the last try. Oh, thank you, Awesome XD. I appreciate the compliment. Awesome XD says, "You don't look bad at all." Thank you, thank you. Oh, Flavin2, thank you for the level. That's God damn, we didn't even see the fishes this time. That's so long. That checkpoint, that part. God damn. I had fun with it though. Don't you worry. Yeah, let's I'm gonna hit this miss and bring up the next one. Next one is by Lore Le Hiro de Fru. I'm gonna guess you. There you are. Oh, from the Twitch side. Okay. The underscores make it more likely to be Twitch, I guess. I know you played a good few of them like a year ago. Well, I can always pick out another one if I played it. Don't worry about it, Awesome. Submit what codes you got. Or you could submit a maker code, and that's even simpler. Let's do it. says look at the number of tries on your level. Ooh, I will. Also, I'll do another card. I finished 7 anime on Sunday. Saturday, I had like family stuff. I usually do stuff on Saturday, so I wasn't able to finish much anime. But Sunday, I just put that aside and finished as many goddamn animes as I humanly can. Whilst also playing like 5 hours of Metaphor also. Let me show some of them. First off, there was Mayonaka Punch, which is about a canceled girl. She Will Smiths her friend, or her fellow streamer, and then she gets super canceled, and in order to make a comeback, she teams up with a bunch of vampires who are really into her wacky characters, and it's just a bit of fun as they're like doing videos and trying to be like YouTube famous. I'll say they mostly make the kind of videos that I don't watch, like, you know, Mr. Beast style shit where it's like, okay, we're on like an abandoned island or some shit. And it's just like, okay, this is not the kind of thing that I'm really interested in, but it's still a fun show, and I really quite enjoyed it. Just do one more. We'll do 2 more, how about, before I start into this Lullaby Lori, how about? Spice and Wolf, a show about a merchant who meets a goddess wolf, and they travel around and do, like, Ponzi schemes and weird stuff. I found most of the arcs to be very confusing, to do plot points out of nowhere, to have characters act in ways that I did not understand why they would do that thing, and my frustration just never went away. I thought after the first half that, like, okay, I like these characters a lot. They're very likable. Good stuff is coming, but I just never enjoyed, like, I never found an arc that I really 100% enjoyed. Maybe 1 or 2 that were, like, okay, but I was very frustrated by the whole thing, and I know people like it, but I gotta give it a 2 out of 5. Didn't like it. And also finished on Sunday. I got 4 more that I finished on Sunday. Jesus. I finished No Longer Allowed in Another World, which is sort of a gag anime about a guy who wants to kill himself, and in so doing gets chosen to go to another world that selects all of its people, all of its isekai heroes by finding suicidal people. And he still wants to kill himself, and just like is constantly popping pills. It's kind of one big Kurt Cobain joke, but it's funny, and it's good to see him like be literally dragged around in a coffin to the next plot point, which is good. And also, occasionally it rises above being a gag anime, and occasionally like you meet another otherworlder, and you know they seem like some big asshole with a big power, but then you realize like, oh wait, this dude was also suicidal to have gotten here, and what's his deal? How did he end up being a big asshole? Why did he go from like suicidal ideation to like just being the biggest dickhead in the world? And seeing it like dive into the backstories and realizing like how much depth it gets out of it before like dismissing them in a big dramatic moment is just phenomenal. And it only swings for the fences sometimes, but when it does, it's up there with the best anime of the season. And if it did it more often, it might be legitimately S tier, honestly. Let's play this level, and then I'll do the last 4. We'll space these out, like I said, and not try to do like 12 at once or something. That'd be crazy. How many tries was it? 5,424? And let me just look at this again. How many have finished it? 0. Okay. That's not very many. Let's see what we can do. Seems like if we jump out... Okay, let me pause. If we jump up, there's going to be thwomps that come down. Let's have a look at this screen that we can't see because we're so under the gun here. There's a prawn plant or a muncher falling from above. You want help? If you like, it's up to you though. You can do whatever you want. There's gonna be thwomps coming from above, and did I see Bowser? Looks like by waiting even a second, I have invited a mole to start coming up. Right there. Oh, I can't I don't have a cursor or anything, so you can't see where I'm looking. But there's a mole right here. I can do this. This area here is gonna have like thwomps falling down on it. There's a hammer bro there. He'll be a real fucker. Is that P-switch bad or good? I don't know. Oh, you can only pan when you're like fully zoomed in. Or somewhat zoomed in. I think that we won't be able to get... The P-switch will end the conveyor, which it might be good. Might allow us to get into the door. Certainly will mean we won't be, like, jettisoned into the spikes. I'm not sure which way the things go. And the door is the only option here. I don't see... Oh, there's a P door at the left. There's a P door on the left that we want to get in on. And I think the door on the right will take us back there. Unless it doesn't. And unless it's a trap. In which case, we'll have to run to the left. Your level has 3 new paths, all lead to the end. They're in a red pipe. Run to the stone block. Bada bada bada. Okay, let's try this. I think I want to go fast. Okay, you know what? If we run, the thwomps will be slow, but we have to get... Yes, that is a friendly start. Fucking mole! Okay, so we need to get back onto the ground before the thwomp gets us, before the big thwomp gets us. And also get into the door before it crushes the block that's next to the door, and then crushes us by extension. We got 1 try left here. Ah, just too much jump. Jump too far. Jump too far. Thank you for the level, Lori. You can always feel free to resubmit, as I've said. Like I said, the lightning round does not waste the level. It's just something that keeps things moving and allows us to get through more levels, especially towards the end of the stream. I will say I have never ended a stream without finishing every level that has been submitted. Hell, even on that, there was one of the streams I did from Japan. I did like 2 streams from Japan, and one of those Japan streams, my battery was literally running out on my laptop. It turns out that by streaming in high resolution and also archiving in a different resolution, I was draining my battery faster than it could charge. And I had like 3% left, and I said like, okay, you know what? There's 3 levels of queue. Let me play them. I'll get to give myself 1 try in each of them. And you know, I did that rather than end with levels unplayed. So the streak still stands as a result of that that emergency measure. As a result of that emergency measure right there. Let me hit this miss. I think it's a good system and people like it. And of course, if you have a level that's more suited to otherwise, start of the stream is when you want to be. The first hour or 2 is with a timer. I understand it does take a while. What can you do though? What can you do? There were 5 tries, were there not? Was there 4 tries? Did I do? Here, tell you what, I'll do 1 real fast while I do a thing for Lord Bowser to confirm. Here, tell you what. There you go. There you go. There's another free one for you. Lord Bowser did a thumbs up. Fantastic. Here's some more anime that I finished that Sunday. Like I said, it was a very packed Sunday. I think Senpai... Some of them were after Metaphor, some of them were before Metaphor. I think Senpai was either before or after, I don't remember. Senpai is an otokokotokoto, is about a, basically, that is basically the equivalent of a femboy in Japan. That is to say, a boy who dresses as a girl, presents as a girl. It's got a lot of gender dysphoria type stuff going on, which is very cool. Also, a little bit of a love triangle. I don't think they did as much with the love triangle as I would have liked, but it was a very fun show with great characters that were very charming, and, like, I think just one of the best LGBT type animes that I've ever seen. Up there with, like, Yuri on Ice. Though, you know, I didn't give it the heart because, again, I feel like the romance stuff just didn't go as far as I wanted. There was more dysphoria drama than there was romance, and I would have liked that to be the other way. For the dysphoria drama, you know, like bigots and such, to be like the minority, and this fun rom-com triangle between one boy who's into the femboy and one girl who's into the femboy. That was the good stuff. That's good. That's like, oh wow, hell. Like, one boy, one girl, both liking the same, like, you know, gender fluid character. It's kind of in the middle, I think is the idea there. Kind of liking the same character, regardless of what their gender is, what his gender is. The show uses he, him, even though it's a whole thing, you know. For what it's worth, in Japan, they don't actually use pronouns that way. They don't actually, I don't think, identify quite as much male-female that quite precisely. It's weird. It's not quite as we understand it. But there's a lot of gender dysphoria stuff going on. The Twins rom-com, another love triangle. Really enjoyed it. It's a rom-com between two twins who like the same boy. And one of them is sporty, and the other one is a super dork, and like a super nerd. Like, she's a literary nerd. She talks about like random famous books and authors and stuff, and it's really very online as a character. And the boy that they're both interested in is also really nerdy, so they're a good pair. But also the sporty pair is good, and they both make aggressive moves, which I think is cool. It's a very good rom-com. I liked it a lot. Dungeon People is like a mildly interesting anime about the inner workings of a dungeon. It's about a character who gets recruited to work at a dungeon, and the dungeon is like mildly interesting. The work is mildly interesting. The characters are mildly likable. It's a very mild, low-key show, but as a workplace anime, like just mild good vibes are kind of good enough, I would say. And it's fine, it's good. I enjoyed watching it. 4 out of 5. It's not like super compelling or nothing, but yeah, it's good. And finally, the last thing I watched on Sunday was Quality Assurance in Another World. It is trapped in a VR game, isekai, where it is full of bugs and the main character is a debugger. And in particular, he has the gimmick of, like, everyone else basically just abandons debugging immediately after the end of the world, but he is just still constantly running up against walls trying to clip through. He is constantly, like, trying to find, like, other such bugs, and it's very fun to see him, like, find glitches and figure out, like, oh, if you're, like, in the air when a load screen happens, it can get you can get screwed up, and you can get, like, locked in place, and you know, he weaponizes it against like evil like other QR people, and that is just a really fun weapon to have in a VR MMO isekai, right? Just like, oh, I just found this glitched item, and you know what? I'm just gonna keep it as like an ace in the hole. Just gonna, you know, if I understand like why it failed. It just has an unset value, so it went with infinite value, infinite strength. So that's interesting. Let's take it as a ace in the hole, and then just like, yeah, that's a neat idea. Very fun. 5 out of 5. Some of it's like it's sometimes a little goofier than I'd like, but it's fun and good, and I do think that goofiness is in keeping with works well with the debugger aspect of it. That's like half the anime that I've seen over the last week. I'll say I've watched 6 more, spaced out amongst 2 days, and 3 each. So just about done. Just about done. Hope you don't mind. Previously, would have done them 1 card at a time, 1 anime at the time, and I think it is better for, especially in cases where I have this many, to kind of get them all out of the way. If we did them one level at a time, we'd be here all night, I'll say. We would definitely be here all night. Moles, yes, that's right. These are moles. I'm a mole. That's Arrested Development reference. Randomly thinking about Arrested Development sometimes, I don't know. God, I feel like random clips, random moments. Oh, what the hell? How did that happen? You watching the new Dragon Ball or the new Ranma 1/2? Asked Rock Party. This is not that hard. Let's concentrate here. I'm gonna pause. New Dragon Ball? No, I haven't watched all the rest of it, so I feel like I need a starting point for Dragon Ball. Ranma, on the other hand, that's a reboot, so I have been watching that. That's first time I've watched Ranma, and I am goddamn loving it. That's... Goddamn. Ranma and Dandadan are the two anime I think that I'm thinking about most this season, and the most that I am sure, like, will probably make my top 10 of the year. Like, goddamn, Ranma is good. I actually put, like, a list app together and put together, like, all the anime that I think might be in my top 10, and actually I do have it down to a pretty reasonable list of 9, plus, like, 6 more that could be in the top 10, and, yeah, Ranma, gotta be in there. Gotta be in there. Oh, thank God, a checkpoint. That refreshes. Ranma is just phenomenal. Jesus Christ. It takes place after Dragon Ball Z, before Super. I haven't seen either of those, so I'd have to start with, like, what's it called? What was that remake called? Where it was like a remake, but slightly abridged, but still like 50, 40 episodes. It's still like 50, 100 episodes. It just has a little less filler. I guess if I were to do anything like that, I would do like that abridged series. But even that is like a JoJo level commitment. You know, that might take me all year if I were to go for it, right? Kai, how many episodes does Kai have? For reference. How many episodes does it have? I have listened to a recap podcast covering Kai, so I have heard the plot of Kai, without watching it. But, you know, that's not watching it, I'll admit. Thank you, Bowser. Let me see. I'll Google myself. How many episodes does Kai have? Yeah, they remove a lot of the filler, is my understanding. 167 episodes. That's more episodes than any show I have ever watched from scratch in the last 10 years of anime watching. I'll say, like, JoJo is the only one that is, like... Actually, JoJo might be bigger. That's the one exception. That's the one show that I made myself watch, and even then, that took me, like, over a year to get through all the parts and stuff. That probably took, like, 2 years of, like, the late aughts, and I've never rewatched it, and it only has gotten longer since I saw it for the first time, so... I mean, I think for the first time, Part 4 was the end, and that took, like, a year. Now there's, like, twice as much of it. So, like, if I ever were to rewatch it... Which I want to some point. I want to rewatch Part 1 and do the whole thing. But it would be such an endeavor. I don't know where I find the time, you know? 167 episodes and it's not the full series. You can see why I've... The hell? Why is Lord Bowser still up? Let me check that. You can see why maybe I have not managed to do so. Did I hit complete? Yeah, I did, but I didn't actually dismiss it. Archman is up, and Archman is here. That's right? That was Lord Bowser that was up again. And Lord Bowser we already finished. I finished 3 anime from last season. on Monday. Again, these are from last season. I was behind on them because travel last month. The 3 I finished on Monday were Slime Isekai, which was really bad at first. It had like basically at the first it had like a 6-episode span that was all boardroom meetings, which just reminded me way too much of just work, of just like legit work, just just having a job and being in a meeting and being entirely bored. And that's not good when you have like a quarter of the season being like deadly boring, but eventually did get some cool bits, and those cool bits were fun and interesting and good, especially this core, and as a result it landed at a 3 out of 5 overall. It earned its way back. It's the parts that are good and the parts that are bad balanced out. It's a wash, basically. Also finished The Elusive Samurai, which is a phenomenal show. Really, I mentioned the shows that are like going to be in the top 10. The Elusive Samurai is on the short list for what might be in the number 10 slot, I'll say, for what it's worth. Maybe it's not good to reveal a top 10 anime list like 2 months before that is like actually going to be like locked in, and I even have all the information I need to make that determination. But Elusive Samurai is brilliant. It is based around a little kid who is basically untouchable on the battlefield. He's like it's like a kid. He like runs around and plays like tag and stuff, and runs away from all his like wards. And when his kingdom is overthrown, like it turns out all the running on rooftops and like evading his teachers translates to just having bullet time reflexes and just being untouchable. Dozens of people are shooting arrows at him, and he's just like flipping out of control, and it's beautiful, and it's just beautifully animated, and the characters are quirky and fun. There's a priest in that show where he is like precognizant to the point where he is like internet brain poisoned. There's literally a scene where they're doing like a Japanese medieval game where they got dogs, right? And they put targets on them, and they like shoot them with blunted arrows. And the characters are all having a good time, but he's like sitting in the corner going like, in the future this is gonna be considered animal abuse. But it's really normal now. I hope we don't get canceled for this. And the characters are going like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Okay. Dude, it's great. It's wonderful, super fun. All the villains are super freakish and weird and out of control and skilled, and it's just killer. It's lovely. On the other hand, Failure Frame is kind of bad. It's okay, but also it's kind of bad. It's about a guy who has like the power to paralyze and poison anyone without any restriction, pretty much, and he manages to survive after being discarded and sent to the dungeon where they send the weakest people in every isekai party to die. And he's out to get revenge. It's just some good revenge porn. There's a bunch of evil people in it, and he kills them. And you go like, ooh, that's kind of... yeah, they deserved it. That's kind of nice. It has some bad production value issues insofar as like they start using 3D models because they're cheap. And the 3D models look awful, especially of the humans. But, it's alright. 3 out of 5. Okay. Shit, I should have been typing in that code that whole time I was talking about those 3 anime. But, got really into it, I guess. Elusive Samurai, that's a winner. That's one I would absolutely recommend. Anything with a heart, anything that's S tier, I'll say. What the hell? Anything that's S tier... oh, these are reversed. Anything that's S tier is definitely fully recommended for what it's worth. I'm just saying. Color-coded castle. That sounds interesting. I want to check out the color-coded castle. What does that mean? Get it back to black and white. And honestly, like, even the A tier stuff, the 5 out of 5s, that's still a 5 out of 5. That's still a full recommendation. It just means it's not, like, quite an all-timer. You know what I mean? And oftentimes, it's just short. Like, if no longer allowed went a little bit longer. Oh, I see. It's each one of these rooms is based around a different color. Nice. Good design. Nice. Very, very clean. If no longer allowed in another world was a little bit, swung for the fences a little bit more, I think it could have made S tier. And I did think about, S tier, you know, favorites list, all-time status. I did think about, also, that one show, the deer show for S tier as well, but it just fell just short. And same with, what was the third show that was just short of S tier? You'll see the tier list later, the full tier list for the season. You'll see then. Let's concentrate and do this level good. It is somewhat difficult. Good thing those piranha plants are like synced up now. It's easier when they're together. Hell yeah, speaking of synced up, those guys are much easier when they're up high rather than up low. I feel like we've done it. I feel like we got this. This is a very pretty level to look at, says Awesome D. Yeah, that's true. I've seen a couple levels like this where it's all it's all like a bunch of little areas themed after different colors. I've never done anything of the sort myself, but I feel like that'd be a fun type of level to make one day, once I'm done with the super world. That should definitely be on the short list of. Remind me in 2 days. No, wait. That'll be during the stream. That'll be during the stream anniversary. Remind me in 4 days to make a note, color-themed level one day. I'll understand what that means, I hope. It really channels your creativity. Yes, and I also can see, like, this would be a very good format for, like, a repeating checkpoint level. Like a red coin, you go through the various rooms situation. That's sort of what I'm picturing when I say I'd like to make one myself. I'll say, I believe in making, like, at least one of every type of level, you know? I would like to flex my chops and try to understand what it is to make a good X level. I say that, I have never and probably will never make a refreshing level. That's, you know, stretches the definition of level, I feel like, just a little bit. Do we need to get both of these guys here or just one? Shit, that's not good. I assume with how long these segments are, there must be a checkpoint. Just one has the key. Okay, so once we get the key, we're out, but also we can get it wrong, and that'd be unfortunate. Indeed. How about another card? I'll just say I finished the last 3 anime on Wednesday, and how about I just like go through these whilst doing these last 3 tries. So one of the last ones I did was making too many losing heroines, which is super charming, super fun. All the girls have depression. It's a sort of a harem type anime where the premise is each of these girls is like just turned down, you know, just lost a romantic triangle with you know, their fated, they're like a love interest, and they end up as a result getting drawn into this new main character's orbits as like a shoulder to cry on or whatever. And they just become such good friends, just in camaraderie, just in like such and so forth. I'll say, I was saying earlier about Elusive Samurai being maybe in the contending for top 10. Making is like a lock for the top 10 list. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. It had like phenomenal drama. It turns out, making an anime about the girls who get rejected at the end of stories, it turns out they have a lot of drama to go. It turns out they have a lot going on, and a lot to react to, a lot to go, like, a lot of frustrations, a lot of, like, delicious moments, and, at the start of the show, only one of the girls is really lost so far, right? And the rest of them are just, like, being introduced, and even at that point, like, just by the nature of the show, just by the premise, like, oh, this is about to go badly for them, and it's just like a train, like an impending train wreck. You can't look away, and then when it happens, like, not even that far in, it's like, oh shit, this is something that most rom-coms you would only see at the very end, and it's just the beginning. It's just the beginning, and it's beautiful. The first scene of that show is like, here's the setup. A dude is at like a family restaurant, right? He's just eating a meal, and over in the other corner, there's like a rom-com scene going on where the girl she tells the boy that she likes, oh, you gotta go chase after her. You gotta go tell her not to go back to France or wherever she's from. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna go. And he runs away, and she's like there, and she takes his drink, and she sort of takes a sip from it, and the dude is in the corner going like, oh my god, I can't look, this is so cringe. And he looks, and she's just staring at him, going like, oh my god, did you see? Did you see? And he's like, cold sweats. He saw. And she goes over and forms a pretty fun relationship with him where she's just mooching off him constantly. She is very fun. The rest of the girls are very well put together, including ones that are not like the rejects, not the ones that are losing heroines. It is just phenomenal, and phenomenally good drama, super fun. Includes lines such as are you underestimating my father's barbecuing? One of the most charming anime of the year, and one I thoroughly recommend. Hey, we're getting to a new area. Let's wait a tick before talking about another anime. Let's see what this place is. Maybe we'll save it for when we're like, if we die, like, well, not if we die. We'll save it for when it makes sense. I think it's the pipe. Not here. How far do you have to be for the platform to respawn? If this is as long as last time, this is gonna be a hell of an endeavor. Which, hey, I appreciate him. Long levels are good too. And, so long as it takes the amount of tries that it takes, that's just how it is. It'd be cool if there was like an on-off here, and there would be like blue platform business. Oh no, it's cool. I'm enjoying it, and I think it's a good level to see, and I think it's enjoyable. I mean, it's long, but it's good content, so that's fine. This is not like, jeez, that's screwy. This is not like a, oh, also, I see, you get like the the Super Bowl makes you black and white, so that's how it's sort of, how the description sort of plays out. It's good content, don't worry about it, hey. In fact, like, this one, you know, one of many levels that would make for a good thumbnail. Just insofar as, like, how distinct, like, one color of everything is. Which is reasonably. It's reasonably distinct. Fairly distinct. I mean, there's a question of, like, if you saw it in thumbnail form, would you think it was weird? Did you think it was anything, or would you just think it was coincidence? Just put out, like, a bit of a few levels. Yeah, it's cool. You know, hey, there is still the rule. There is still the restriction. We could still end up losing. Jesus, this is so screwy to jump off of. Well, don't tell me it was just a shortcut. Oh, good, no. The P-switch, the P-switch. We need that to get through the door. I feel like it's boss time. That was a mistake. The door is correct. The door is correct. Should have waited for the thing to release the power-up rather than jumping to get it. Shit. If I was doing one of these levels, I think I would do it such that if there was a Koopaling fight, it would be straightforward. It would be like, I would reduce them to 1 or 2 hits. I would have them take a hit before they were, like, in the play space. So that it would be a little bit sped up, a little bit accelerated. Always thought that was a thing that is just, it's never done, and I think there's no reason for it not to be done. I mean, it just would speed up fights that are often... I mean, I'll say, like, there's a lot of fights here in Mario Maker that are perfectly good and very fun, right? Like, no shade or anything. They're well made, and, you know... Fuck. Honestly, better than, like, most bosses in Mario Wonder, for instance. Because a boss's 3 hits don't fix what is broke? I don't know. What if it's a mini-boss, though? It's a mini-boss. Do you really want to wait between those hits and do the whole rigmarole of dodging him when he goes into, like, I'm jumping around mode? That's, like, one of the few things that's good about Boom Boom. He doesn't go into jumping around mode. He just, like, goes like, it, and then is vulnerable again. It's fast. Okay, let's do this. We're on the last try. Hey, at the very least, this means we can just run right under this shit. Boom Boom is a lot quick, and the shell takes like 4 seconds on the back. Yep. I'm just impartial to quicker boss fights, I guess. I say, having made a really long one once. Ah! We got pretty far there. Thank you, Archman, for the level. That was really neat. I wouldn't mind going back to this one day and actually getting to red. The red part, but not tonight. Not tonight, looks like. I'm gonna hit dismiss and get the next level up. That was a long one, I know. Flavion is up. It is here. Perfect. Let me finish off that anime stuff. Refresh the lives and show anime. I also finished Atri, My Dear Moments, which is a show about a robot who is like really fun and cute, and she kind of carries the show. Honestly, I think she's wonderful. I think she's really fun. It's set in like a post-apocalyptic world, and everyone is sort of dealing with it being post-apocalyptic. The main character is sort of a grump. Is sort of like he's sort of like the grown-up in the room. Is the role that he plays in the show, which isn't I don't know. It's kind of not as fun as like the rest of the cast, who tend to be like kids who are trying to not let the end of the world get in the way of their fun, which is fun. There's also some drama, and I do think that sometimes some of the big ideas that drama had didn't really work for me. I will say that the ending especially, kind of booty. I was watching that ending and going like, what the fuck? How you ending it like this? This is not what I was looking for from the ending of the show, actually. Honestly, truth be told. What the fuck? Whatever. I think that it was based on a visual novel, and it does remind me of like a weird ending a visual novel might have, but probably not the only ending. Probably like one of three, where it's like, this is sort of the goofy ending. Like, okay, that's a bit of a reach, but whatever. It's sort of funny. 4 out of 5. It's pretty good, but mostly for Atri, who is one of the most charming robots characters I've seen in ever. And the last show that I finished this week is Wistoria One and Sword. It is beautifully animated action show about a underdog dude who can't use magic, who wants to sort of get to the honors class and sort of like join his childhood friend at the top of a tower for being good at magic, even though he can't do magic. But he's really fucking good with a sword, and that means that there's a lot of really fucking beautiful action, and some of the best action of the year, honestly, and it's pretty fun as well. He's a perfect underdog, and I think it is top tier. I give it a heart. Thank you for the level rock party. Wistoria One and Sword has a lot of similarities in like concept to like Mashley. It's a lot more serious, a lot more like Seventh Spellblade in its like tone and execution, but it's really good as well. It's by the same mangaka as Danmachi, actually. And you know, if you think about the concept there, Danmachi is a show about Bell wanting to get stronger so he can, you know, measure up to his crush eyes. And also there's a bunch of other girls who want his dick. That's not important. That doesn't make it too weird. That doesn't make it weird, but this too is about a boy trying to get strong and get good enough to measure up to his childhood friend, romantic interest, and it's good, and I like it. And I loved it, in fact. That's what the heart means. It means I loved it. It means it's top tier. It's a cut above. Let's do this level. That's anime. That's all the anime. There's one more thing just to show the complete tier list, which, again, half of the shows I finished this week, so I just talked about them, but, you know, I'll show the complete tier list. You'll get some context, and you'll go like, ooh, that's a good tier list. Hopefully. Maybe you'll go like, what the fuck? I loved, Spice and Wolf. That to me is S tier. And I'd go like, I don't know, man. I found it really confusing and baffling. And also, have you watched, what's like the most obscure S rank show? Have you watched The Cafe Terrace? That's like season 2. That's a season 2, so is it obscure? I don't know, but it is a harem, and I feel like a lot of people wouldn't give a chance to a dirty, very, very, very horny harem show. But it's really good, and I thoroughly enjoyed it this season. They went for the fucking fences. I love it when shows go for the fences. You know, swing for the fences, all that. That, classic expression. Oh, that was just a mushroom. Yeah, this is fun to guide this thing around. I should talk about that. It's good. Wait, do I go through here? Are you watching Tower of God or Shangri-La Frontier? Yes on both counts. I'll say, one of my biggest disappointments with this season, low-key, is that Tower of God continued on. I was so ready to give it a 1 out of 5 and say it was the worst show of last season, except it had... Well, I can say it was the worst show of last season. That is something I can say. But I can't just finish it and move on. I first have to watch 12 more episodes before I can give it a 1 out of 5, if I am to be fair and not review a show that I haven't finished, which is how I do things. I wouldn't review a show I haven't finished, so I'm gonna have to hate watch like 12 more episodes. Maybe a little more than that, honestly, and my god, that's terrible. Shangri-La Frontier kicks ass. Yes. It fucking rules, and I am really enjoying it. Shangri-La Frontier, low-key, is on the short list for what could be my number 10 anime of the year. I'm kind of thinking it won't make it, but we'll see. Maybe this season will be really fucking kick-ass, and it'll earn a slot. It'll earn number 10. But we'll see, you know, fuck. It's way too early to say such things, is the thing. Since it has, like, a whole season left this season. I'll say, by the way, it also was... The reason I would be considering it right now, just based on what I know, is that it did have half a season earlier in the year. You fell off, Blue Lock? Yeah, I've been watching that, and I heard some people saying some shit about it, and... you know... Basically that, like Uzumaki, it's a bit of a fall-off in quality. Like how Uzumaki falls off in quality from the first episode, Season 2 maybe isn't as fluidly animated, and they're taking a lot more dirty shortcuts, which people are noticing. I kinda low-key didn't notice, and was like, whatever I did notice, I was quick to write off as being like, oh, that guy just moved fast. But no, I guess if you watch it again, you notice like, oh, they're doing like some really weird effects there to make that work. Or like, it's just a still frame moving very fast. Look too closely and you might, like, just drop off on it. I don't know. Yep, Dan the Dan is definitely up there. Dan the Dan is incredible. I was so floored in yesterday's Dan the Dan who that fucking cat from the OP turned out to be. Like, holy shit. Holy fucking shit. That cat has been in the OP all this time, and it was that character? The whole time? What the hell? I am so fucking, I am so fucking, like, taken aback by that shit, like, holy fuck. Damn it. It's shown why it's like the king of shonen now, apparently, in Shonen Jump. And also, part of it is definitely that let you cock your bosses? No problem, Flavor Noob. Let you cock your boss. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I support you in cocking your bosses. Cook! That makes more sense. Let me cock my boss. Ugh, that's a weird thing to say. I regret saying that immediately without the, I'm talking about Mario Maker. Mario Maker, like the... Cocking your boss is highly inappropriate. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Outside of a Mario Maker context, it's even worse. Oh my god. I would never cock my boss. Ugh. No offense to my boss. No offense to my boss. But, A, that's like, you know, wrong. Like, ethically speaking. And B, I would never. What is this doing? What is this on-off doing for me? Christ. We were talking about Dan the Dan and having a good time. One of the things that's great about Dan the Dan is it fucking has like... I got startled there by the P-switch. It has like top-notch romance as well, which honestly, like every shonen ever has played with a romantic B-plot, right? Like My Hero Academia kinda has a romantic B-plot. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood has a bit where you see Rinri and you're like, Winry, what's up with that? And there's also the little gag with the little Chinese girl who I think does canonically, spoilers, it's a thing. Every shonen plays with that, but like this is more on the level of like an actual romance show, an actual romance-focused show, and I think that is just phenomenal. I think that's great. And what I've heard like anime YouTubers say, which is that Dan has like the best romance that like Shonen Jump has ever printed. Yeah, that seems right. That seems correct. Or the best romance in a shonen show that they ever done. I think Blue Blocks is what they've said is like the best romance that they've ever printed, like just straight up romance. And Blue Box is another show this season that is fucking great as a result of it living up to its reputation. Loving Blue Box as well. The story of like Dan as far as the romance stuff goes. I think we're losing our balls here. Ha! Just like Dan, spoilers. That's quite the coincidence as far as like things to say whilst talking about Dan. That's quite the coincidence. The story behind Dan is that the editor made the writer read like 100 romance animes so that he could develop emotions, and it worked. Show's fucking phenomenal as far as the romance stuff goes. Mwah. That's clippable. That's clippable right there. That could be a short. And not this part where I get too meta about it. No, but the part where I was just like saying it and realized the thing. Where's the blue block showing? I don't know. I think it's activating something at the top that is probably incrementing some sort of counter. Oh right, it's counting down to a P switch off screen. That's right. So we just need to toggle it enough times, and then what do we do once the P switch is activated? Like, what's the deal there? Damn it. Rule of 3, this gotta be it. Okay. Now we just have to fucking survive. Oh, that forces him into the play space, so we can finally kick his ass. Ah! But... Oh, blue box, not blocks. Gotcha. I think it's on Netflix. I think it's on Netflix, Blue Box. Yeah, definitely Netflix. I liked it. Yeah, that was great. That's quality level Flavin' Blue. Let me dismiss. I wasn't able to do it, but we got pretty damn close there. Next up is Blue Box, B-O-X for that romance anime about a boy and a girl, both of who are athletes, and the boy wants to get to nationals before he asks out the girl. Also, there's a whole situation with them which is just delicious. Watch the first episode, and at the end of it, you will pog. You will go, oh shit, hell yeah, oh my god. It's a good bit. It's a good bit. Awesome XD is here, perfect, but it's time to show the summer season anime simulcast tier list, which, like I said, took me a while this year, because this season, because I was in Japan while half of these shows were ending, and it's only just this week that I caught up on all of it. But here is the list. Here's the whole thing. You can see S tier is pretty big, and I've separated the A and the B tier into A plus and B. A plus and A, B plus and B. Let me read it out for you. S tier, Oshinoko Season 2, 2.5 Dimensional Seduction, which I'll say, I think 2.5D Dimensional Seduction, that has quickly became like a top 10 contender, and I think it basically has its slot locked down at this point. It's fantastic, phenomenal. The Elusive Samurai, Making, Too Many Losing Heroines, Alia Sometimes Hides Her Feelings in Russian, Pseudo Harem, Wistoria Wand of Storm, The Cafe Terrace and Its Goddesses Season 2, really out of control, horny harem show, that one. That's went really hard this season. Really fucking hard this season. Got S tier for sure. It deserves to be there. And My Hero Academia Season 7. In A+, I have Nokotan, Senpai is an Okoko, and No Longer Allowed in Another Word. Honestly, all these were pretty close to making it into S tier. That was sort of the... I almost wanted to be generous with these ones, but they were just shy, each of them in their own way. In A tier, I have Quality Assurance in Another World, Mayonaka Punch, and Love is Indivisible by Twins. I'm realizing that I didn't correct the new line issues in this screenshot before I put it into the thing. I did correct those on the AniList and other places I posted it. Whatever. In B+, I'm putting Etri, My Dear Moments, Dungeon People, and I Parry Everything. And in B, Nari Nari, That Time I Got Reincarnated as Slime, Season 3. Again, I'll say that that show overall is a 3 out of 5, but as far as this tier list goes, for this season in particular, it gets the B tier, which is equivalent of a 4 out of 5. For this season, for this half, it would have been a 4 out of 5, but, you know, the first half was like an F. And Plus Size Elf also in B. In C, I'm putting Sengoku Yoku. Really wasn't super loving that new season of it, and it's continuing on, so I need to catch up on that for what it's worth. That time, Failure Frame, there we go, and Dahlia in Bloom, and also Days with My Stepsister. Oh, good. You love hearing about these shows? That's fantastic. Okay, good. I love talking about them, and I spend so much time watching them. I gotta talk about them, and I gotta give my list. So I'm glad that you enjoy hearing about them. That is a relief. Okay, hopefully more people do. We'll see. And an F, I put Spice and Wolf, and also Tower of God. Spice and Wolf I just found very confusing, and Tower of God was just a complete fucking mess this season. I don't think it did anything right. It has, like, bullshit plot twists. It has, like, characters that aren't set up well enough to be part of those plot twists. It has, like, really terrible shonen... You know, like in a shonen where they'll be like, okay, this is the setup for this episode. We're doing, like, a battle game where the goal is to capture the flag. It's like that, but the setup is bad, and the strategy that they use is bad, and it just makes no sense, and it's just kind of shitty. And, you know, it's kind of been a real shit season. And honestly, if I was so inclined, I would do F and F-, but there's really no point in separating a 2 out of 5 from a 1 out of 5 when there's only 2 of them, honestly. They can be on the same tier, that's fine. Sorry, Spice and Wolf, for putting you on the same tier as Tower of God, but... you two are the ones I'm most unhappy with right now. That's the tier list. Have a good look. Look it up and down. Isn't that nice? S tier are the ones I would recommend the most. And, you know, anything in A is worth watching. I mean, it's got full recommendation, really. It's just not an all-time favorite. And, well, B is kind of a 4 out of 5, so... Like, if you were looking for more, or looking for a specific thing, I mean, that said, it is under It is lower than a lot of things that are in there, so... You know, what the fuck, right? If there's 20 shows I'm recommending, then yeah, you're probably not gonna watch something in B tier, are you? Unless someone else, like, really loves it, or it's... strikes your fancy, or you have all the time in the world, which apparently I do, considering I like to watch these. I'll say, I think it is very easy. It is much easier than you'd think to just keep up with the anime season, usually, and just watch, like, 3 episodes of show a day, you know? And then on Thursday, like, there's 7 shows, and then on Saturday there's, like, 6, or 5 or 6. Oshinoko is an S tier. Oshinoko is an S tier. Oshinoko is definitely one of the best shows of the year. Let me show it again. Look at that. It's the first one. It's the first one. First one in S tier. Not that these are ordered. Not that these are, in theory, ordered, but also, they are kind of ordered. I mean, if they were ordered, I'd probably switch Making and Elusive Samurai. But, whatever. They're in vague order. Where to watch? Some of them are on Crunchyroll. Some of them were on, a couple... Were any of them on Netflix? Last season? I can't remember. I don't think so. Crunchyroll or High Dive for the lot of them. This season is a lot more of a mix. There's some stuff that's on HBO Max, there's some stuff that's on Amazon, and a couple of shows that are on, Netflix. As far as the shows that I'm watching, that I can't just pull up in a convenient way. Check my AnyList to see what shows I'm watching right now, and, like, my initial impressions of them. Or you could go find a stream from the last few weeks where I give initial impressions. How many cards do I have left now? Like 2? Let me check my cards list. Yeah, we're coming up on the end here. Let's, I'm gonna close the queue after this level. I'm gonna do a last call after this level. Give everyone a chance to get in there. To get in one last level, you know what I mean? And, let everyone get in one last level. That's, you know, last call. That's how that goes. What the hell is the deal here? So after this level, awesome. You can get in one more level. Anyone else who wants to get in one, the time is a-coming. And, yeah, great. And, I only got a few more cards to... What's the fuck? Okay, so I need to break down that wall. And it looks like breaking down that wall will activate the on-off. I wonder how that works. Bro, that death was kind of funny. They're supposed to be funny. Well, I'd say they're supposed to. Look. I am aware that dying is good content. Rest assured. I am aware, and I prefer it when my deaths are amusing. I say I prefer it, you know. I mean, like I said, I go through the streams and I clip up the good stuff, and you know, a funny death never stops being a fertile ground for Twitch clips that can become YouTube shorts. Like, that is just the bread and butter of the best moments of the stream. Of any given stream. Just goes without saying, really. Well, of course. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying not to die. And I will react big when I do, and I'll go like, oh, god damn it. You know, I'll say things like that, but like, it's cool. Can we talk about this cool looking stuff, even rip the enemy limits? Yeah, it's really cool. I love this stuff with the moving platforms, though. Oh, there was a gap. I thought last time that was filled in and I couldn't get through. I guess that wasn't the case. Maybe it spawned weird though, I don't know. The fact that you got this all timed up perfectly is amazing. Oh, I see. Using that puzzle stuff at the start that delays you bigly, you give time for those blocks to make their way out to these circle tracks, and so that they can be perfectly timed and perfectly synced up. That's brilliant. Wow. Yeah, that's how you did it. Wow, okay. I mean, I've never seen like a level quite like this, and there's a good reason for it, because you know, the way that items start moving is based on like where they are on the screen. But the way that you achieve this makes the impossible possible. It's damned impressive. I will say, as a note I don't have a card for, I am still thinking about mattresses. Still thinking about maybe like getting like a new mattress, a new bed, something like that. I don't know. What do you think about that crap? Is Tempur-Pedic worth it? I am thinking, right? Like, I make decent enough money. I could go for a Tempur-Pedic and just be like set for life, right? And it's a good brand. It's expensive, but like, would it not be worth it? I don't know. You got a box mattress? I got like a hybrid dealie from like IKEA. And it's been fine the last 10 years, but I'm beginning to think like I could probably do better. And I probably should do better for the sake of my back. You know, for the sake of my my health and shit. I don't know. Looking at that, I'm wondering if I need to get like a new bed as well, like a bed frame. I, you know, stopped by the Nebraska furniture store more than I would do normally. Just to see like, okay, show me your beds. Let me lay down on this bed for 10 minutes and... Fuck. Let me lay down on this bed for 10 minutes during lunch. During lunch, my lunch break. I say 10 minutes, maybe like 5 minutes. The Nebraska furniture store has a Subway in the restaurant, in like the store. Similar to how IKEA has like a better restaurant in there. And it's very easy to just have some lunch and then do like, okay, let's look at these mattresses. And, you know, think, what do I like? Have a good think. I don't know. Whatchamacallit, that brand seems good, the Tempur-Pedics. But also, the other ones seem good too. The heavy foam feel is like pretty specific to IKEA. I wonder if I would like that. I wonder if I would get used to that. The heavy foam type vibe that they got. I say vibe. That's a misuse of the word vibe, probably. Come on. There we go. Saved. The heavy foam thing that they got. I don't know. Survival? Okay, this is survival, but also, we gotta get rid of these guys or else they're gonna fuck my shit. They're gonna fuck my shit. I think mattress stuff might be my next, like, white whale. I say white whale. It's just, that's a normal thing to say. Might be my next, like, project that I spend time thinking about. And, you know, investigate and and like look into. Now that I'm like home from Japan and I don't got nothing else like in the near future, I feel like I kind of need something to keep myself busy with. It's cooler than you remember that boss? It's a pretty cool boss, yeah. This time I won't let it destroy. You moved to Fort Worth? Cool. Thought you were already in. You were in Dallas before. You were in Dallas, right? The other big city. I moved to Plano from McKinney. Similar type thing in the last year. Rock Party. Though, you know, I am still suburb, just in the way that you are still, urban. I'm not a, you know, I'm a suburban person. I'm a suburbanite, as we call ourselves traditionally. Big believer in the suburb. I love it. I love owning a car. I love driving places. I mean, I enjoyed being in the cities in Japan and having, like, public transport and all that, but... You know, I can't imagine that but for America. I can't imagine that but for America. That just wouldn't do. I don't see it. And also, you do get bigger spaces when you're in the suburb. You get bigger residences, bigger, like, apartments, that sort of thing, for lower cost. Wow, that does a lot of damage to our platform. We cannot let that explode on us. We got through, though. Fantastic level. We had one try left. Jeez, that was close. That was real close, huh? Good shit. Thank you for submitting. Hell yeah. Let me hit complete and bring up the next level, which is by Lord Bowser. Go ahead and confirm, Lord Bowser, anytime you like. But I'm gonna hit next in the chat so Lord Bowser knows to say something. But folks, it's time for a different thing. It's time for last call for levels. I'm going to play a couple of my own levels to show you what kind of levels that I make myself, and give y'all some time to get in one last level, and that includes you know, anyone who's gotten levels in previously, even the level that was just up. Any of y'all feel free to go ahead and get one in there. That would be fantastic. What level should I play today? What's a theme? What's a good theme? We were talking about fishes earlier, and you know what? Actually, no. I was saying last week because I'm about to start up my my last level of the super world. I was thinking about finales and the most finale levels of my my output. So these are all of the finales I've made in my Mario Maker 1, my Mario Maker 2 making. I guess we'll start with this one, which is sort of the finale of a mini-series. Sort of a finale. Feel like I'm already stretching the definition of finale, which isn't good. I mean, this is a series of 4 levels, and it's the 4th one. And it was my first time in using the 3D World theme. It is a rising lava level where I use the blink blocks to restrain the player a bit and make it so that the lava was always nipping on their heels. You'll see here. You have to wait until it gets like that before you can go. And I think that adds a bit of tension. Also, if you want to get this, it's going to be pretty damn close. That's 10 coin. After the halfway point, it transforms a bit and turns like turns vertical. Well, doesn't turn vertical. That's not what it turns. It turns into a Castle Crush. You forgot the hammer was in the game? Yeah, it's not used very much. This is the first time I used the hammer as well. Which I guess would be weird for, like, the final level of a thing, but, you know, of a set of 4 levels. Yeah. As a set of 4 levels, it kind of makes sense, I guess. Ah, breathe in, breathe out, relax. It's fine. It's all good. Just jump to avoid the fireball. And, you know, avoid these guys. Again, this level was was very much inspired by Castle Crush. Wanted to make a level Castle Crush slash like Toxic Tower, levels of that nature where the lava is chasing you or the ground is chasing you. Though I had to let it, you just get ahead at a certain point because, I don't know, it was hard to design around the stuff. That's the first climactic level that I ever did in this game. I mean, I did others in the first Mario Maker, but I'm not gonna plug in my, I'm not gonna turn on my Wii U. It is plugged in. And the Wii U gamepad is like hidden in the pockets of this couch. Let's see. The next climactic level that I have here. One could make an argument that like Burberry Bounty is the end of this series of like 0G levels, but it's not really a climactic level, so we're not going to do that one. No, the level we're going to do is the last level I did before the Super World, which is Return of the Wayward Spiny. This one was sort of like it was the 30th level I made in Mario Maker 2, and I figured like, okay, 30 levels, this is a good place to stop before going into the Super World. So, you know, this is the last level I made before the Super World, and specifically a big break before the Super World. I very much view it as like a canonical end of like free association levels, of like non-planned out levels. This is the last level that wasn't like thoroughly planned out ahead of time. Barring any like last minute switch outs or, you know, me saying when making the level like, this will be called Pokey Pressure, but it'll be this kind of level. This is the gimmick. Admittedly, a lot of the levels were figured out as they came out, but this is the last one that was allowed to just be its own thing since over 3 years ago, since I became a streamer. Since over 3 years ago. This is probably, we'll see once we get out here, but this is probably 4 years old at this point. I would hazard a guess. As you can see, it's a level where all these guys are bouncing around. And I'll say, by the way, I would like my last level to have that as part of its gimmick. Because no level in the Super World has like enemies bouncing off springs like that. And it is one of my all-time favorite gimmicks to use in a level. I've used it in quite a few. You know, it is just a mechanic I go to like, for like a important level. The way that these enemies are like walking off, list here, see? They walk off a ledge and then are sprung forward. That's the gimmick. Rather than falling into the pit or something. You can see here that these ones are sprung against the wall, and they're sprung up into there. This is one of the few levels that has a has 2 checkpoints of my levels, but it sort of made sense for it since you don't want to repeat the snake block, the snake ride ever, I think, so just sort of makes sense to have it like that. Just wanted to see if I could use the donut block to get that thing, but that seems like it's tricky actually. The last segment adds in some bullet bills to be kind of annoying, just a little bit annoying. Then there's finally one last bit where you have to go under some guys just springing right over your head to get to the ending. This level was sort of inspired by the first level I ever made that was any good at all back in Mario Maker 1, which had this gimmick, and in this level I expanded upon it ridiculously. Originally, the original March of the Wayward Spiny just had donut blocks just for fun, but this one actually uses them as a mechanic and does a lot more with it besides. I think Return of the Wayward Spiny might be one of my best levels that I've ever made, honestly. As far as finale-type things in my current Super World goes, there's just 2 levels that fit that bill, which is Pirate Peak 5, a mini-boss rush level in the middle of the Super World, and Ne'er-Do Nebula, which is sort of the first Bowser fight of the Super World. I sort of have it set up sort of like a Donkey Kong Country game where you have the first K. Rool fight and second K. Rool fights. You know, main game and like the Lost World. Here you have to hit the switch on and off repeatedly. Oh, by the way, all these bosses you can do them in 20 seconds if you use skill and don't fuck up. Woo. That was probably more than 20 seconds, that one. But, yeah, you can do them. I guarantee it. That would be a fun, like, level highlight to make. If I did, like, you know... I've thought about going back and doing, like, level highlights of levels that, level highlights that weren't, originally done using YouTube Shorts. Before I was doing level highlights using YouTube Shorts. And if I did this one, a YouTube Short is 1 minute, and you can do each of these 3 bosses in 20 seconds. It could literally be all 3 bosses, like, edited together a little bit, so it's like, one boss, 20 seconds, the next boss, 20 seconds, the final boss, also 20 seconds. That's a fun idea. I'm probably not gonna do that. Certainly, this particular playing of this level wouldn't do the trick. Wouldn't work. This last one you fly. Lakitu is so useful because he's the only enemy spawner that spawns off screen. That's a good point. Yeah, that's true. It is sometimes annoying having to make sure that the spawner thing is on screen so that it works. But, what are you gonna do? Really proud of that mini-boss, that mini-boss rush, and the fact that each of those can be done in 20 seconds, I think is, important to its quality. The 2 bosses you played use them? Was Lakitu? The first one used a pipe to make, more guys. The second one did have the 3 Lakitus as like the main thing. I don't think there's a Lakitu in the 3rd boss fight. Was there? I think the 3rd boss fight is Lakitu 3, unless you're talking about in the I haven't used Lakitu that much in the Super World, I'll say, for what it's worth. I used him like twice. Once in that level and once in Koopaverse 2, Cold Ice Comet. The fish one and the spiky ball one? Oh, you mean like, one that I didn't make. Gotcha, okay. You mean bosses that were submitted earlier. Okay, gotcha. I was just thinking in context of right now. Here we go. Koopaverse, where's Koopaverse 5? Koopaverse 5 is sort of the finale of the 7th world of my Super World, and it's the last finale I have currently, which is a boss fight against Bowser mostly, but also a bit of a level. The idea here was that, sort of took inspiration from Baron Rulenstein. Baron K. Rulenstein? Is there a K in the name, or is it just Baron von Rulenstein or something? Baron K. Rulenstein. That one. The boss, the boss of DKC3, the first fight in particular. That is like low-key one of my favorite boss fights. Probably, if I had to name like one boss fight that is my quote-unquote favorite, I would probably say Baron K. Rulenstein. It's the only boss fight that I have intentionally gone back and played like multiple times for fun. Other than, I guess, like my own, like I'm doing right now. The Super World looks cool, thank you. I put a lot of work into it. It's been like over 3 years in the making. When we're done here, we'll look how long it's been. Here, the concept is Bowser's here, and you have to go left and right to like descend and, you know, get around him as you do. What does the bot say? Do commands! Exclamation point commands. That'll get you the friend code thing. You wanna check that out. You can also look in the Twitch profile. It's in there. If you scroll down, there'll be like a whole bunch of cards, including information about my maker code. Lightning round, anime, games, friend code, FC. FC should do it. That's right, I am at the middle. Maybe I should change that to say I am at the end, because there's just one level left. That bot message was probably written like 2 years ago at this point. Back when we were more in the middle. So you go through all that, right? You go through all that. There you go. That's the code. You go through all that, and then you get to fight him. And you fight him by, like, running left and right. And, firing one Koopa shell into him each time you go over him. It's just like Baron K. Rulenstein. Very similar. Go left, go right, hit a barrel into him. Same basic principle. And after you go back and forth a few times to make it like more manageable, you're given a red Yoshi and a fire flower, which, you know, losing your Yoshi aside makes it a bit easier to finish off Bowser, which is fun. There's finally an escape sequence where hey, you can check this out. It's below the arena. The lava rises and hides it, but the escape area is right below the arena. I think that's a cool touch. And finally, you finish. I'm thinking about doing some revisions to this, including something like, I don't know, putting another cloud under the thing. You liked it without the free flower? I understand, but like, people really had trouble with the boss fight before. I had to cut the difficulty a little bit because I saw like legitimately streamers just go like, ah, and just literally out of their minds rage quit. And I don't think I've ever seen a streamer rage quit one of my levels before. They're pretty traditional in difficulty. And I think like adding that is just satisfying and fun. And it is genuinely fun to hit the Bowser with the Yoshi blasts. It is genuinely fun. Let me see, like, how old is the first level of the Super World? How long have levels been going up? And keep in mind, it probably took like a month or two to develop the first level. The first level was May of 2021, so it's been 3.5 years since this Super World started, more or less. And Return of the Wayward Spiny, the last one before the Super World, was September 2020, so it's been 4 years since the Super World, like, since anything before the Super World. I'll say, I took a break, so it was a while until I started, like, really developing the Super World, but I definitely had notes and ideas and a list of worlds and a basic framework for, like, levels and plans and stuff at this point 4 years ago. Or I was making it actively. I guess I could check, like, the Google Doc history if I wanted to know for sure, like, when development started. Exactly. Maybe I'll do that by next time. By that next stream where I'll be starting development of the last final level, Playtime Palace, which will be a 3D world level where you will have your choice of power-ups. I will, I know already. I want a room sort of like this, where you'll have a choice of all the power-ups in the game. You can take any of them, and you'll return to the world to here in a later segment, and you'll have a second go-around to get another power-up if you so please. I think that sounds like a great idea. That should be quite fun. Should be a fun way to do this. And that's finales. That's all the finales that I have so far. I'm gonna work on the next one starting this weekend during the Streamiversary stream. That will be when that level is kicked off in earnest. I'll start experimenting with stuff and hopefully start figuring out some ideas. I have one written down that I'd like to do, like, maybe try to make it like a fish level, you know, where there's fish, and like a fish bridge type level where there's a ton of cheeps giving you trouble. I haven't made a level that is quite like that, so it might be cool. You do have a level that got a boss removed because no streamer could beat it? Gotcha. What do you mean fish level? What did I say? You have a fish level, Rafa? Oh, wow. You're getting in right as I'm about to close queue, so please get that level in there, and then I'll close queue and end last call for levels. I'll say one more thing about that next level while I'm buying time for Rafa. One more thing I know right now for sure is that I haven't used... Thank you for the follow, Rafa. There's a lot of stuff in 3D World that I haven't used that I would like to for this level, like like in the Super World, right? Like, I haven't used bullies. I haven't used I don't know that I've used these did I use these PP guys in the Ghost House level? I might have done. I forget. I haven't used a car where you can drive it. I want to have the car be involved in, like, the final moments of the level. I have some basic ideas. I need to start experimenting, and that's what Sunday will entail. I'll show this image again. That Sunday stream, 3rd Streamiversary stream. Kicking off the Super World's final level, trying out Nico DeRico, DK64 Randomizer, and Space Station, Silicon Valley, until I'm tired and the stream has gone long enough, in my judgment. Bullies, hit on-off switches, do something with that then. Remind me on Sunday. Remind me on Sunday at 3 p.m. Wait, no, that'll be like an hour in. That'll be like an hour in. Remind me at Sunday at 2:15. On-off switches get hit by bullies, question mark. Office switches, close enough. We'll see if I see that notification on Sunday. You can always just come by and tell me and give me suggestions. That sounds fun. That could be cool. They could activate their own switches and then drop themselves into the arena. Something like that. We're already getting ideas. This will be great. This is going to be great. Look forward to that on Sunday, and also the other things as well. Nico DeRico, DK64, and Space Station Silicon Valley. It'll be a big old stream. I do have a sub-goal to make it so that all the bonus games in DK64 Randomizer are Beaver Bother. I will say that I have lowered the goal to 5 on account of I don't think I can make every Golden Banana require a bonus room anymore. I don't think that's an option in DK64 Randomizer these days, but you know, I will certainly have to go through Hideout Helm with all Beaver Bothers if that incentive is met, so that'll be a thing. I think I'll do it for two of the doors, so like 4 Beaver Bothers for that, I think, for that Hideout Helm segment. Happy to be here, hype stream. Thank you. All bananas being beaver bother sounds like the worst thing ever. I know, that's why I wanted 10 subscriptions for it. 10 subs. But it looks like it's not a thing anymore. So I'll say 5 subs for something that's not quite as bad, but still will involve some amount of beaver bother. As towards the end of the stream, I guess specifically, but you know, hey. Incentive, it's an incentive. If it is hit by the time DK64 randomizer is met, it'll be the thing. That's how it'll do. That's how it'll go. Okay, that's enough for now. Let's close the queue and get us back out of last call, because we're no longer in the last call. We're in finish the stream mode. We got 6 levels. We're still in the lightning round. Let's go. Bowser is here. I think Bowser, did you chat during that whole, like, last call bit? You can always chat during that, and that counts as well. Yeah. So many fish levels? I don't know how many fish levels we've had, honestly. We haven't had that many water levels tonight, so... Fish levels, I don't know. Watch this be an underwater level that has fish in it. Possible. It's possible. Bullet peaks. Okay, I'm feeling good. No fish. No fish. Then again, bullet bills also require time for you to start up, which makes them a good fit for a level that has Cheep Cheeps in it, you know? Cheep Cheeps also need you to start up, need you to be a little bit slowed so that they can get up to they can be threatening, you know? They're not quite threatening if you're able to just gun it. And so too, same with bullet bills. Not as threatening, I should say. Since when are Cheep Cheeps a popular item? Yeah, I think the problem is just that they take so long to start up. You know, you have to sort of wait until they're bounce, bounce, bounce before they are actually, like, anywhere near threatening. Like, with a little bit of slow play, you can very easily avoid all of their danger. Or with fast play, you can also avoid a lot of their danger. You have to auto-scroll, basically. I've done fish levels that didn't have auto-scrolling in them that worked pretty well. I've done a couple. And of course, underwater levels, that of course is, makes them work. I don't know, it's something that I need to experiment more with, because I would like, you know, personally I feel like I always want to be using elements that I haven't used before, haven't taken full advantage of. Which is why I'll say I will try my hardest to get a Chardvard into the next level. If I can get a Chardvard to work and be good. When is the Wonder speedrun happening? What, you mean like for me here? I did a Wonder playthrough that was as fast as I could possibly do on July 4th this year, during the July 4th All-Stars stream, Mario 2D All-Stars stream. Which, basically, the gimmick of those streams is it's random Mario games. Random 2D Mario games played as fast as I can manage them, and as many of them as I can do. And there'll be another one next year, by the way. Because there's still a couple games left after 2 years of that. After doing that on July 4th 2 years in a row. I like bloopers. They're challenging and tricky, but good enemies. You can make a level with good... They're very useful, I'll say that. And I've seen some really good blooper use, let me tell you. I've seen some really goddamn good blooper use out there in the world, you know, as you do. I got cards. Let's do another card. Did you hear about Jimmy Fallon being rude to, quote-unquote, the Rizzler? I've been looking at Twitter too much, and, these last few... Like, for the last 6 months or so. I was off Twitter for a while, and then after dropping Marvel Snap, stopping playing that, I fell back into it as, like, a thing to spend time on, to, like, waste time with. Anyway, Fucking, I've seen a lot of tweets about this viral clip of Jimmy Fallon being kind of dismissive of this kid named the Rizzler and his two larger friends who are like I guess they're like TikTok influencers or something who hang out at Costco and basically are the kind of streamer that like is just like a Mr. Beast style streamer, like just outrageous, lots of energy. There's something called a boomometer where they go boom, boom, boom to rate something. Like, how many booms is it? And they dab and stuff. And it's just like, that's like a little too overblown for my taste. And I feel like Jimmy Fallon was having basically the same thought. And also having the thought of like, where's my career at? What is going on here? I deeply regret my words and deeds, and agreeing to host the Rizzler and his posse. He tired. Big tired feeling. What is the best part of Super Mario Maker 2? We'll do that one, sure. I thought that was interesting. I thought it was funny. It's interesting to learn about the Rizzler and see like what's up with Jimmy Fallon these days. It seems like he's a lot more tired than the last time the last Jimmy Fallon content I consumed, which is to say, I've been to his ride at Universal Studios, and that is about as much Jimmy Fallon as I am exposed to ever. And it looks like since all the stuff that's featured in that ride, he has gotten very tired and very exhausted. In the clips, he is like very tired and exhausted, and I saw someone in like the replies going like, "Oh yeah, he's always tired. He's always exhausted." It's the double chocolate cookie guy. I've not seen. I don't know that reference. All I know is he was on Jimmy Fallon once, and he seems like a little kid, and he's 7 years old. That is bizarre to me that a 7-year-old can be famous. That makes me feel really goddamn old, right? Like, geez, you know. It's like I said earlier, like 11 years ago I graduated college. 11 years ago I got a job for the first time. This kid was not alive during that time. Hell, he couldn't have been famous more than like 3 years ago. He couldn't have been famous before the pandemic. Jeez. Is that like gonna be like a thing? Like when people think about kids that are younger than 9/11, right? When I think about people being younger than 9/11, that is like a thing to me, right? Like, oh my god. Younger than 9/11? What does this say? What's the best? Well, we should probably read this. People being younger than 9/11 used to be like the, oh my god, some people are really young point. Imagine when we get to the point where some people are younger than the pandemic. When people are like, when people who are famous, right, are never lived in the pandemic. And certainly the Rizzler was not famous during the pandemic. He was like 3 during the pandemic. I guess we're already there. Fuck. Holy wow. Let's read what this says. What is the best part? I know because of the title. I know what it says. Of Mario Maker. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, it's pick a pipe? Oh no. Oh boy. Okay, so none of the doors do it. Oh jeez, there's gonna be multiple pick-a-pipes after this one, huh? Well, I should get my hand on the pop balloon button. You! Oh, hey, no pick-a-pipe! Well, not yet anyway. Oh good, it's nice. And... oh wait, I need a 1-up. I need a 1-up. That's the gimmick. That's a gimmick. Trolls! I need a 1-up, so yeah, that's not quite the end. Do I have to get through that business, that those tires. Anyway, I just think... I sometimes think the culture is getting away from me, right? Like, these days, there's just... It seems sometimes there's an influx of famous people that I've just never heard of, and never will, from, like, you know, being someone who doesn't, like, Yeah, that is a good troll, pretending to pick a pipe and then not actually doing it. The YouTube short I put out today had to do with pick a pipe, coincidentally. I wonder if that's done well, since I started the stream. Last I saw it had gotten a like and a lot of views. How's that pick a pipe related short doing right now, hours later? 5 likes. Not bad. Could do better. Check out the YouTube shorts, they're pretty good. A lot of them are Mario Maker based, because I stream Mario Maker all the time. My main game. And the only thing I'm constantly always doing, you know, on a weekly basis. Everything else is just like you know, a playthrough at a time. Maybe a randomizer here or there. When, you know, maybe the same randomizer when I feel like it again. But, you know, not as regular as Mario Maker. I feel like every Mario Maker stream probably has, like, between 5 and 10 things, at least, that could become YouTube Shorts. And, I do find that that seems to be, that, I'm gonna keep that going, like, at two a day, as long as I can. As long as I keep having, like, a good supply of them ready to go. Which, since I haven't been making clips for a while, since I've been out of town and busy catching up on crap, could have ended that just now, but I've managed to keep up. I've managed to just barely keep the supply up, and yeah, we'll be clipping up some more things in the future, so I won't run out anytime soon. That's nice. Culture is kind of getting away from me a little bit, with stuff like the Rizzler, with stuff like, you know, I mentioned earlier while we were talking about Halloween stuff, I mentioned, Doja Cat, and the Sunflower cosplay. I don't really know Doja Cat, I only know her from, like, seeing a few tweets about her, and like, oh, she's rude to men, and people like that. And she has very sexual concerts, and people like that as well. That's kind of all I know about Doja Cat. I'm not really a music person. I feel like these days, like most newly famous people, I just don't hear about them. Or if I do hear about them, I go like, so what are they famous for? They're like a YouTuber. Okay. They're like a TikToker. Okay. Or like I guess a music person is like, that's normal. I just don't know music. Like, who was the last famous person I heard about? That would be Doja Cat, actually. Other than Doja Cat, other than the Rizzler. And the Rizzler's associates, who all have funny names, internet names that I don't remember. Famous people that I learned about recently. Politicians. I learned about Tim Walsh recently. I guess Tim Waltz. That feels like it's cheating, though. He might be vice president. That's different. That's different in a different way. Politically different is happens. Thank you for the level, Rock Party. Thank you for curating that level for me. Rock Party, I don't think that was one of yours because I don't know that you make, but I appreciate the submission nonetheless. Culture, it's a whole thing. I got one card left, and I might as well pop it now. Speaking of culture, did you hear about Wind Waker's latest glitch? I watched one YouTuber I really like. I don't know why I was doing... Oh, I was maybe doing the second set of characters there. First. One YouTuber I really like is Linkus07. Really like all his, like, randomizer content, as well as his, like, his Wind Waker speedruns. Sometimes, you know, I'll say, like, I don't always watch the speedruns because they're usually pretty similar. You know, everyone is like the next, etc. Though, you know, it makes more sense as a live stream than it does watching a VOD. Though I am happy to see Linkus get into SGDQ. That's great. He put out a video the other day about how Wind Waker has changed recently, and it has because they recently found out about a really cool glitch that is pretty much brand new, except that it's not. It was actually discovered like 10 years ago and posted to a forum, but no one noticed. No one picked up on it. But basically what happens, not to give away a 30-minute video that explains in detail, like, all the glitches that go into the run, including the old ones and into the route in general. But basically, with the Tingle Tuner, it previously has been unusable in Ganon's castle because you have no map there. And it just has a screen that's like, hey, you have no map, buddy. No Tingle Tuner for you. But it turns out, if you unplug and then plug back in, and then unplug and plug back in, the Game Boy connection thing, it will bug out and let you use the Tingle Tuner in in Ganon's castle, which is a fun discovery. Exactly why I love speedrunning stuff, or love keeping up with it on occasion, poking the head in to those scenes now and again. It is always fun when there's been a big, huge glitch, and it just upends the whole route, the whole everything. And, I think that one in particular is just fantastic. And I can't wait to see, like, a full run of it at SGDQ. That'll be fantastic. Linkus is, fantastic. I'll say I saw the SGDQ, the AGDQ lineup, which includes such hits as, it includes Superman 64, which I think is a very fun inclusion, and I can't wait to see. I recently watched Superman 64. 60-Man 64? What the fuck? I recently watched Superman 64 for the first time, and, that game is bizarre. It is much more of a game than I thought it was. Like, it has levels, for real. On Giant Bomb, they would say for shoot, which I will not explain. I will not go into detail on what that means, but it for shoot has levels to it that are difficult and full of, like, bullshit and other type stuff. I highly recommend Blight Club, Giant Bomb's bad game show where they play bad games and wear cosplay, and you know, one person plays the bad game and the other two people laugh at them and you know, refuse to help in a comical fashion. One of the few, like, recurring live streams that I make sure to catch and make sure to watch on a weekly basis. Shout out to Giant Bomb and GameSpot and all them. Sorry about the layoffs that happened this week. There were layoffs at GameSpot this week. Very bad, very not good. Very sad, you know. There were also, you know, as far as, like, news of the world that I didn't have a card for. There were also, that studio shutdown that made Concord. Honestly, not really a surprise, is it? That game failed big time. It's not their fault. It's not their fault at all that it failed big time, but, I say it's not their fault. It's whoever's fault it was to make a live, who had the idea to make a live service game, to make a live service game in today's day and age. Like, that was a bad pick. There's not demand for a new live service game. Like, honestly, Marvel Rivals will be lucky if they can pull their shit off, and they have the Marvel license behind them. Like, Marvel Rivals maybe can do it, but if Overwatch was a little bit more strong, and wasn't, like, in dire straits, it probably wouldn't be able to do it. It probably wouldn't be able to do it. It sort of has just gotten very lucky on the timing there, I would say. And, you know, it's not that lucky, you know? It's, like, not lucky enough for, not lucky enough for Concord. What else is out there, at AGDQ 2025? Astrobots? Looking forward to that run. That should be fantastic. Astrobot is one of the best games of the year. It's no metaphor, but like God, I wonder how fast you can beat Metaphor. That game is 100, like maybe 80 hours long. I can't imagine you can beat it in less than 40 hours. I don't think. Let's see. How long is this? Let's look. Metaphor speed run. Speedrun.com home. That's not a good sign. I assume they have a page for Metaphor. They gotta have a page for Metaphor. Here we go. Metaphor Refantazio. Leaderboard opens in 9 days. Oh, okay. So there's no world records yet. They're not tracking them yet. They're waiting for people to get more of a feel for it and to you know, get the hang of it. That makes sense. Okay. I mean, I could just look and see what the first Google result is. Just for the record. Easy, new game plus easy, 8 hours. Okay. That's like a good point of reference. And a run where they don't have to grind, and they're probably strong enough to beat all the enemies, I'm assuming. I'm assuming new game plus leaves you at full level, like it does in Persona. For some of your characters, at least. Oh god, this boss fight again. This one wasn't that bad, was it? There were definitely harder boss fights tonight. That was not a spike ball. What was I thinking there? The one with the fish, that was a harder one than this one. We can do this. I don't think Metaphor can ever be in at a GDQ unless it's like the last run of the night. If 7 hours is the best you can do. Then again, maybe 7 hours, you know. There's definitely been like Final Fantasy runs at SGDQs or at GDQs that have been like that long. So like it's not possible. But people would have to be like as like hype about Metaphor as they are about like Final Fantasy. Do you think like Metaphor and Persona and all that, do you think they're on the tier right now of like Final Fantasy games? I mean, certainly Metaphor for Game of the Year purposes is going up against like against the Final Fantasy remake. You've been drawing as you've been lurking? Fantastic. I'll say you don't have to chat. I will chat. I will talk about stuff, regardless of how active chat is. Don't worry about it. I appreciate lurkers as much as, you know, other sorts. Fuck. Your last 2 drawings have been fire? That's great. Yeah, fire is good. I know that. I think fire has been good for a long time. And you could say that someone was on fire to mean that they were, like, really good. I mean, I think even, like, NBA Jam has that usage of the word, and that was, like, that predates me, I think. When was NBA Jam? That's, like, the 90s, right? That's, like, SNES? Around the time I was, like, before schooling, right? Yeah, I'll say, like, I could continue talking about shit, let me assure you. We could talk more about AGDQ. It has Donkey Kong Country 2 and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze in it. I think that's great. I love those 2 games, and I'm always happy to see them included. I was looking at the games list recently, and what else is there? Let me see. I know, now I'm pausing. I'm making this go longer. Not productive if I'm pausing, I know. Superman 64, Tears of the Kingdom, and yeah, Wind Waker by Linkus. Those are the ones that I spotted looking down the list. Astrobot. Crazy Taxi has like a live band or something. Crazy Taxi with a live band. That sounds fascinating. Can't wait to see that. A live backing band. Fuck me. I wasn't paying attention. I should do. A live backing band, apparently. I could talk about things. I could talk about things, let me assure you. We got 4 levels left, including this one. 1 life here. I can talk about things. The other day, I say the other day, earlier today, I watched a random YouTube video about, unschooling, which I didn't know was a thing, and apparently it is a thing where, like, you know homeschooling, right? Where a parent, like, teaches their kids at home and educates them themselves. Unschooling is like that, but they don't do the schooling part. They just sort of don't teach their kids anything. They don't teach them to read. They don't teach them to write. They don't teach them to do math. They teach them nothing. Nothing. Unless the kid, like, shows interest in it. Right? That, I heard about that. I saw the video. I saw, like, a video going into detail. I'm like, oh, this is an unschooling influencer. Aren't they a mad person? And going like, yeah, that's psychotic. What the fuck? Really? You just don't teach your kids anything? I feel like it's, might be a stretch to say that's child abuse, but, like, that borders on child abuse in my mind, right? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's one thing if your child has special needs and can't read by the age of whatever. It's another thing if you literally just don't even try to teach them. Like, what the fuck? There's so many rabbit holes you can fall into as far as, like, hearing about, like, various crazy fucking rabbit holes, you know, various, like, psychotic parents, things of that nature, who just have the weirdest parenting techniques, right, and are influencers about it, right? There's a million such rabbit holes, and just, I feel like as I look at this, it's fascinating, but also at the same time, I just gotta sit back and think, like, okay, just gotta remember, there's, like, probably 100 of these fucking people out there. It's probably rare as fuck, and you could probably dig around and find weird fucks like this. Probably like a Reddit community's worth of this sort of psychopath. It is important. You at least need to know how to read. Like, dear Lord. I hear people talk about, like, people being illiterate and not being able to read, and, you know, or just getting by using quote-unquote shortcuts. And I do think that's kind of unfair. You know, like, look, I have definitely, when I am reading chat quickly off a preview monitor, I definitely sometimes take, like, 5 tries to read a name right. To go, like, Rafa Pilgrim, that was right the first time. Or going, like, Flabanoob. Oh, there's an L in there. Hey, what's up? And I understand just having shortcuts to read things quickly, right? And doing that as a pinch. But also, I do think people might also just be able to read normally, and also they have shortcuts as well. What have you considered that? And sometimes the shortcuts fuck up, and, you know, they read, they fuck up and struggle with a thing. I think that people on Twitter just might be like exaggerating as far as, like, illiteracy generally, other unschooling stuff aside. But, like, I feel like some people just see someone struggling to read a name, or just going, like, you know, like, I can only skim this word. I can only skim this. I'm just gonna skim this and not understand it as a result, right? Sorry, Rafa. Sorry, Rafa. You got startled. I feel like people might be giving them not enough credit. I feel like that might be a bit harsh. That said, if illiteracy is on the rise, that is sad. That is very sad. Thank you for the level. I'm hitting dismiss. And keeping on moving. I see someone added me on Discord. I will say, I don't look at the Discord while I'm on stream. So, like, you know, whatever that was, it looks like it's something from my channel. Oh no, it's probably just an everyone from, like, a Oh no, a reply to one of my messages. Okay, that's fair. Not everyone knows I stream. It's not like an important thing in every Discord I'm in that, oh, I'm streaming. I'm on stream. Don't bother me. That's not a thing most of the time. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Mr. Boxhead. Mr. Boxhead. You have never been to school and you can read any book? Wow, okay. You're like homeschooled? How'd that work out for you? 06. Boxhead is here. Fantastic. How'd that work out for you, homeschooling? I mean, I'll say, there's parts of school that are shit. There's classes that are shit. There's things that they teach you that you don't know and that aren't really interesting. You're not schooled at all? Oh, are you literally the like, unschooled in that way? Or just really, really ungodly young? Well, if it worked out for you, like, fuck, wow. Hopefully you're doing well. If unschooling... If there's members of our chat that are unschooled, then maybe it's not as rare as I would hope it is. Maybe it's not like one in a... maybe there's not just like 100 of a Reddit community's worth of unschoolers. Maybe it's more common. Certainly, it sounds like it can be screwy for people who are, you know... I certainly saw in that video they talked about, like, people who, you know, managed to get by, right? Or like, okay, yeah, I took the SAT... Someone being like, okay, I managed to teach myself, or did the SATs and got, like, a GED, but still... They weren't sure if they could do college, which... Yeah, that seems like a problem. What is this? This is neat. Bizarre battlefield. Seems like a nice, simple level. Picking up stuff and throwing it. You could also be... I guess, like an isekai character, you know, like, you know, like in an isekai where where you're, like, reborn as a baby? You could be, 06 could be like a tiny baby who, is, like, has the life experiences of, like, a full adult. That could be the situation, far as I know. That's not true. That's not a real thing. It only happens in some animes. In isekai, particularly. And also, one show that was on my best of last season list that I will not mention because I don't want to spoil its premise. I mean, I guess there's only one show that I have always consistently said, just watch the first episode, don't read what it's about, don't, avoid it, and, you know, if I said it now, you'd know. So I just won't, and I will say, go watch everything in S tier from that list earlier. You know, including the first season thereof. There's some cool tanks and stuff, that's cool. This is like a battleground. Okay, get the gimmick. These guys are like gunners, they have like a... It works, it works in the... Popping out of the tank. That's very well themed. I don't know what's up with the triangle there. Is that like Illuminati? Is that the meaning of the triangle? I got hit. Hopefully that's not a problem. Good, not a problem at all. I'll say, I'm not planning on having any cards for the Streamiversary stream. I'm just planning on, you know, raw dogging it, as they say. I'm planning on just going in unprepared and just talking about whatever. Of course, when playing the... You know, I'll show the segments again, for what it's worth. The first segment will be very business focused on level design and things of that nature. Nico DeRico will be very focused on like how I'm feeling about the game and if I'm liking it. And well, I guess DK64 randomizer. I can always talk about what I need to check, where I need to go, that sort of thing. I can do a randomizer stream, raw dog, no problem. The last part, the Space Station Silicon Valley, that could probably use a little bit of a topic or two, but yeah, I'm just gonna go in there with nothing. That was a very fun little mini boss there. What'd I tell you? Boom booms are fun. That was the quickest boss. That was the quickest boss of the night, and it was also, I think, one of my favorite bosses of the night. Really fun jumping on those cannonballs and throwing it at that motherfucker. Very good. Very good. Let me hit complete. We got 2 levels left. I'll say. Next up is... Awesome, who has been chatting, was just talking about reading disabilities. It's one thing if a person had a reading disability or something, but the average student could not read basic books? Really? Like, you mean in high school? Wow. I mean, right now, there's a whole thing in high school, in school, as far as, like, Chat GPT ruining people's minds and ruining their ambition, ruining their drive. I saw a really great, like, tweet saying, like, you know, us millennials are really lucky. We're the first generation that won't have a talented, young, and skilled generation to come and threaten our job security. Like, the quote tweeting someone saying, like, honestly, even using ChatGPT feels like too much work, which is, I think, legitimately a very funny idea. But, you know, I do trust there's some people who are gonna not use it, and hopefully the education system weans everyone the fuck off it, stomps down that shit hard, and punishes anyone who uses it to just get out of work entirely. It really skeeves me out to see, like, people at work using it, I'll say. To get it to work is annoying as hell. Oh yeah, it's like, you always have to massage it, is my understanding. It skeeves me out a little bit to be like, to see, like, coworkers be like, okay, I did a chat GPT summary of everyone's, sprint activities. And I look at that and go like, can't you just write that yourself? I don't know, it seems like, I don't wanna start, a scuff, but you know what I mean. It's like, I just look at that and go like, okay, can't you do it yourself? Like, would that not be part of your role here? I don't know. I don't want to cast any shade. I don't want to, like, thank you for the Twitch follow, Max Head. Max Head? Mr. Boxhead. Like I said, sometimes I misread a name, and I don't think, and I don't check, and that's not because I'm illiterate, let me assure you. Not illiterate. Not illiterate at all. Not illiterate at all. It's, bothers me to see that, become a thing. Or, like, having ChatGPT handle your, employment review. Your like, to write out a more elaborate, like, quarterly review. Like, no, I write that shit myself. I mean, I went with brevity. I went with, like, short and sweet, but, like, you know, I think that's the way you should do. Again, no shade. I love my coworkers. I think they do a great job, but my god, if AI doesn't, like, skeeve me out, and also seems to me like it's not giving the best answers. You know, I am low-key reminded of, a Donald Trump quote that is hugely offensive, which is bigly offensive, where he said that Mexico isn't sending their best. ChatGPT is not putting forward its best foot. Like, if you're putting forward a ChatGPT answer, you're not putting forward your best. That's just how it is. Yeah, this is a little tough, but not that, but doable. Very long, though. Does it have checkpoints, coincidentally? No power-ups. That means that, I will need to stop looking for them, perhaps. Again, not to start shit, and I'll say, like, I'm, you know... I don't want to throw too much shade, but, like, AI stuff I just don't think it's a good idea. I think that it is only useful in, like, very specific applications, like, oh, if you can analyze medical graphs and hopefully not be full of shit. That's probably a good thing. Did you see the Minecraft AI game that came out? Someone made an AI game, a game entirely of AI, and it's just literally Minecraft, but every frame is sort of dynamically generated from the last frame. So, like, if you know, you can use your controller and, like, look around and stuff, but, like, if you look up in the sky and look back down, you'll have changed entirely where you are, because it just didn't know where you were before, because it's just... using a language, using a learning model to generate the next frame. It's insane. It's like a lucid dream. And I would say, lucid dream, parentheses, bad. I would say that's a bad thing to do. And also, I legitimately think that Microsoft, the owner of Minecraft, should press charges and say, like, hey, that's copyright. That's copyright. That's copyright. That's Minecraft. You can't just do that. Because, hey, you can't just do that. I don't think you can just do that. I hope a lot of these, like, AI bullshit things get sued out of existence. And, you know, eventually we'll get to the point where, like, there'll be a few of them left made by the biggest corporations ever. And it turns out they have the means to, like, legally put together a training data set. Actually, it's kind of dark if you think about it, right? Because, like, I do think that legally, all these learning models right now are super illegal, but also, when the people who can put together a learning model legally get around to it, they will just be the biggest companies ever, because, you know, like, oh, you need a copyright library the size of Disney to do it. And, you low-key can once you do have... Fuck me! Checkpoint was right there, too. I think you low-key might be able to do so, and do it without, legal concerns. Maybe not ethical concerns, you know, you can say, like, well, did the people who work at Disney agree to have their works siphoned for AI training purposes? You probably say no, and also, there are certainly actors who are pretty much trying to say right now, like, hey, don't AI generate me ever, which would probably make it so that certain movies probably shouldn't be part of training sets, actually, even if Disney does own Star Wars, right? I say for sake of example, I'm not sure if, like, one of those... Who was it who was saying that? Some actor who was very old was like, never AI generate me. If, look, I might die someday, but my law firm will be alive and kicking, I assure you. Who was it who said that? Who was it that said that? Someone said that the other day, and it was really fun and cool. I really liked to see that. I really thought that was a great thing to say, whatever celebrity was saying that. I hope they all basically follow suit. Hey, checkpoint refreshes our thing. Let me Google. There was a new Angry Birds game that went into soft lock with all the assets AI generated. Oh, the one I'm talking about that's like an AI generated game, it's even worse. It's even worse. You should Google it. I mean, I say that. Should I be encouraging people to look at AI material, even if because I think it's cringe? Never AI generate me law firm alive. This should do it. Who was it who said that? God, it was news. How can Mr. Beast? No, that's not. Robert Downey Jr. It was Robert Downey Jr. Right, yes, perfect. Robert Downey Jr. That just just excises. That just rules out a whole lot of Marvel from the learning language machine, even if Disney decides to do it themselves using things that they own. You think they could somehow, using CGI, like, replace Robert Downey Jr. with, like, a generic? Can they do the thing that, like, video games do and, like, replace him after the fact with someone else, and then use that version of the film to generate an AI to train a language model? Could they do that? There are some weird things coming in the future. I betcha there'll be a language model for replacing one actor with another, and then they can use that to get around actors saying, "Never AI me." That's gonna happen. I'm gonna call it now. That's gonna be a thing that happens for legal reasons, and it's gonna be fucking stupid. I bet you that'll be a thing too. I bet you once it's like easy enough to do that, I bet there'll be like versions of movies where people have been recast using AI. Oh my god, that's gonna happen. Just like in video games, just like in Spider-Man, HD. Marvel Spider-Man, the second version of it. They're just gonna recast people. Oh my god, that's gonna happen. Do you think that's gonna happen? You know, I'll say, I was totally expecting to talk about the term rawdogging when I mentioned I was gonna raw dog the next stream in terms of not having any topics prepared. But, and I was gonna talk about how I really like that term and all the various creative usage that it's been put to. It's very fun to me, even, you know, especially given the history of the word. What is the deal here? No, this can't be it. This can't be right. You are going out of your way really not to ground pound any of the blocks? Am I missing something? It already exists. It's the same technology used to insert young Skywalker into The Mandalorian. I guess, yeah, you can definitely CG animate a human. But right now, it's like a really intensive thing, right? It's a really expensive thing. I'm not sure, like, if it's... I wonder if they'll ever, like... I feel like before it's done, like, you know, on... just for, like, stupid purposes, or just, like, to recast someone. Geez, I wonder if they'll ever do it for, like, you know, because someone is canceled. Like, can you imagine, like, a version of Firefly, but without Jane in it? Like, though, they've recast Jane 20 years later. Because of Gamergate. It's probably too late to recast Janie or Jane, I forget. Been too long since I watched Firefly. It was a while for me. I was weird watching Firefly for a while because of Jane and all the shit he got up to. The actor, Baldwin, what's his face? Oh, I see. Gotcha, okay, that's what we were missing there. Good trick, good trick. I wonder if it ever would get to the point where they would just do that, in which case, Jesus Christ, that would be like 100 times... Can you imagine the outrage from that? My god, I say it's something that's gonna happen, but people are not gonna be happy. I mean, people hated the special editions, and this would be like the special editions times a million. This would be the special editions if, like, the change wasn't like, Han shoots first. It'd be the special edition is like, Han is now a new person. Han is now like, he's an older version of the guy who played him in the new movie. He's now that guy. Now that guy plays Han. Can I get that star back, please? I would really like that star back. This level could use a shelmet. It could use a power-up in general, I would say. Hey, Mortis. If you're just getting here, I wouldn't mind opening the queue for you. New viewers, I don't mind getting one in. Or viewers who haven't been around the rest of the stream. Just let me know when you're ready. And if you're down for it. If you're hearing this right now, I guess I'll say if you're like just popping out. Okay. Okay, here we go. No one but Mortis. No one but Mortis. I should have a custom version of the command that says something like to the effect of like, only new viewers right now. And be quick about it, please. Be quick about it so I can reclose. Another checkpoint. Very good. Thank you for the level. A little bit of a platform level sequence, kinda. Platform level, vine level, they're kind of the same thing. They're adjacent. I mean, would you call Vine Valley a platform level in the part where you have to ride the vine? Kinda? A little bit? Yeah, it's a close thing. It's definitely related. I say Vine Valley, that's not the name of the level. It's that's not Vulture Culture. It's Vine Valley is the name of the world, isn't it? What's the level? What's the level called in Vine Valley where you climb the vines up and down? There's Vulture Culture. There's the treetop level, which could be Treetop Town, or it could be another one. What is that level called in DKC? Vine Valley, I swear, is also a world in Donkey Kong Country 1. It's also the name of the world. Let me see. DKC Atlas level maps. Zoom in on the relevant part. The Vine Valley is the world. Forest Frenzy is the level. Oh, it doesn't even reference the vine part. That's interesting. Sure, whatever, that's fine. Hey, it doesn't have to. I guess. Thank you for the level. That was quite nice. We got through it. Hell yeah. That was a long one. Let me close the queue now that Mortis is in there and pull up Rafa, who will be the second last person here. Rafa, you still here? Rafa been chatting? I think Rafa's been chatting, right? Yep, it's fish time now! Oh god, we got one more attempt at the fishy level, huh? Okay, let's do it. Yeah, it can be a while between levels, I know. What else is there to talk about right now? You want to talk about something? We talked about rawdogging. We talked about the term rawdogging and how it's used. We talked about AGDQ. We talked about a bunch of cards that had a bunch of stuff on it. What do y'all want to talk about? Hey. Never been much of an artist. If I could talk about drawing. Never been much of an artist, no. I like to draw, though. I like to draw out level maps, things of that nature. Thoughts on ReZero Episode 5? That's the last episode, right? The episode that was earlier this week, the other day. I thought it was good. I think it was very good. My thoughts... My spoiler-free thought is, we gotta be getting to a loop. We gotta be getting to a new, we gotta be going back in time sometime soon, right? Right? And also, how are they gonna redo all this stuff once that happens? Dan the Dan is fantastic. Dan the Dan is like, very definitely top, I'm definitely doing this wrong. Oh, I ride the fish! I ride the fish here! This is a new level! This is a different level! Okay, my bad. I didn't realize what we were doing. Dan the Dan is fantastic. I mentioned earlier that, I was goddamn shocked. This is a bad star level. Gotcha. I was goddamn shocked who that cat was. And, I'm so goddamn... happy about that. I'm so goddamn amazed about that. You don't like Dan? Dan the Dan or Dan? I will say, I'm also a fan of Dan Reichert. If you mean that Dan, then that is also something that I, shake my head up. I say that. A lot of people aren't as into Dan as others. He sort of has a heel shtick, which I like. I'm a big fan of Waluigi, and, I don't mind a shit heel. I don't mind someone who's just, taking the piss. I don't mind someone who's occasionally gonna fuck with their friends, and give them some shit, or say something that is out of whack, out of pocket. I think that is fun and good fodder for content. Shit, man, I like hearing that. Dan Reichert had a story that he told. He has many stories. Dan Reichert is a man of many stories. But one story he told once is not understanding how egg whites work for the first time, and about, oh wow, we were really close to the end there. We could do this. We could do this. In the words of Morgana from Persona 5, ooh, we can do this. He didn't understand what egg whites were, so when he tried to make egg whites for the first time, he just cracked open some eggs, right? He cracked open some eggs and threw the whole egg away, put the shells into the pan, and put some oil in there and just waited to see what happens. And nothing happened, so he called his mother and it was like, Mom, I'm trying to make egg whites and I put the shells in and they're not melting. And she was just like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? And he has a lot of amazing stories like that. That was the last try. Real damn close, yeah. Great level. I think that is one of the more reasonable levels of that nature I've seen. Oh, you're Rafa? Did you have a different name earlier? I feel like I've seen you in Mario Maker. Either, maybe through Reddit or something. There's been some viewers that I've recognized from my days of doing Reddit share stuff. Barnstormer is a good example of that. I think I follow you. I think I have you, I don't really follow people that often anymore, considering that, most of the levels I play are from people that, are from people submitting. But I think you're one that I have in my... Is the follow list? See? Oh, right under got that money. Yeah, Rafa. Yeah, I follow you. I just saw the... Honestly, I saw the name Rafa and the flag, and thought, oh shit, that's fun. Yeah, small world, I guess. Small world there. Mario Maker. Thank you for the level. I'm hitting complete. Wait, did we complete or did we fail? We failed. Shit. I'm hitting... It doesn't matter, but, here, I'll hit the right one. Crap. It doesn't matter. It's fine either way. It doesn't make a difference. It's just a thing that appears at the bottom of the screen. But it's nice that the last one does. Mortis is up, and Mortis just submitted, so is good for it. Let's do it. Last level of the night, I'm pretty sure. Let's go. Hell yeah. It's 11:30. This has been a near 6-hour stream. These streams tend to go long, hey. Especially when I have a lot of anime and stuff to talk about, but also, even after the queue closed. Took a bit. I wouldn't mind some shorter streams of this, some sort of viewer level streams. I'm happy you found me as well, Rafa. I if you knew before you streamed, you would. Yeah, I don't know. I probably could, have promoted myself on Reddit or something. But I always felt like people who did that were I kind of just, when I was not a streamer, I would look at that and go yeah, I don't know if the Reddit, if Mario Maker Reddit is the place to plug your stream. And, I don't want to be a hypocrite in my own head, even if I never, I'm not casting shade or nothing. I'm not, even if I never, express that publicly. I definitely, like, you know, wasn't looking to build it from there. I've always thought that was weird and, not very honorable. I say as I post my streams to every Discord I'm in, you know, that has a Twitch share area. I mean, that's just fair. That's what those areas are for. You're a variety streamer? Yeah, but, like, Mario Maker's my main thing. I do a lot of stuff, though. A little bit of everything. There's a big stream on Sunday? As well as, after that, I'm not gonna do anything on Tuesday, I've decided. Both because I'm gonna be doing an all-day stream on Sunday, and also, come to think of it, I probably don't want to do a stream on election night. I probably don't want to do a stream on election night, do I? It's honestly almost lucky that, my streamiversary sort of makes me do a stream not on election night. And I guess it will in perpetuity because it will always be on November 5th. And... or November 3rd. Can November 3rd be an election day? It'll always be on November 3rd, so... like, you know, yeah. I might do a Thursday stream next week. I don't know. Oh, 06I mentioning 100 girlfriends. Yeah. Yeah, I love 100 girlfriends. That was my anime of the year last year. You'd better believe I am looking forward to season 2. I'm really excited about that. That's my most anticipated anime right now. Not that, you know, I'll say, like, I usually like to go into anime, like, not knowing what's coming. You know, not knowing that an anime is gonna be hype. So, like, all the shows that I really anticipate are, like, returning shows. It's gonna be a long night. Yeah. Yeah. You know from experience, because you're from Brazil and your last election was very similar to yours. Who won, by the way, the Brazilian election? I remember it being, it was good, right? It was a good result? Was it a good result? Conservative or liberal? Who won? Or left? Or what parties do you got? Do you have just is it a liberal party or is it a left party? It was not the fascist? Good, okay. I'll say I'm not, like, super fond of Kamala for what it's worth, but I did vote for her. I voted for her, and now we just gotta see what happens. Hey, that's the end of the stream. That's the last level. We did it. We cleared it. Let's get this all down. By the time of the next viewer level stream, there will be new presidents, or at the very least, a new president-elect. Look, I do tend to, like, not bring up politics a lot of the time, and, like, try to, like, you know, I don't talk about freeing Palestine, like, every week, let's say, for instance, but, like, next week it's probably gonna be unavoidable. I'll have thoughts, and, hopefully after that, we can just, deal with it. If it's Trump, it's going to be very stressful, and if it's Kamala, it's also going to be very stressful. And either way, I feel very sorry for Palestine and the fact that there's not a good answer. There's not a good candidate for them among the two of them. Whatever. Let's pull a card. Let's pull up the schedule. Nothing next week on Tuesday, but the next stream is going to be the 3rd year streamiversary. Yeah, please, go vote for Kamala. That would probably be a good idea, honestly. As much as I hate her policies on Palestine, and I feel like she is definitely, like, she and especially Bill Clinton, what the fuck? They are trying to lose, I feel like, as I see their campaigning, but I think Trump might be better at losing than they are. considering that, like, everyone's scared of another Trump presidency. And also, he's made some moves of his own, which, ugh. That'll be a thing. Goddamn, I wish everyone luck on this whole next week. No Tuesday stream. Maybe I'll try to do a Thursday stream. I want to do Metroid Dread Randomizer again sometime soon. And, you know, there's other things I'd like to check out. Other things I'd like to do on a Tuesday night variety stream. But Sunday, I'm gonna start making my new level. That'll probably take an hour or two. I'm gonna check out Nico Dorico. Okay, take like an hour or two. Then I'll do DK64 Randomizer. That'll take like 2 or 3 hours probably. And then I'll do Space Station Silicon Valley until the stream has gone on long enough. If the other things take really long, it'll probably be a short thing. If the other stream parts go really fast, I'll go until it's too hard to continue probably. We'll see. That'll be fun. That'll be Sunday. If you're looking for more viewer levels, that'll be next week at the normal time. We'll see what else makes sense. Look in the Discord if you're looking for schedule updates. If I decide to do something on Thursday, I'll probably say something there. We'll see. Let me send the Twitch people out on a raid. Let's see who's online, who is good, who is doing a stream right now. Extra Life stuff is starting up. Some sites and places are doing Extra Life. I will probably watch some of Giant Bomb's Extra Life tomorrow. That probably will be a fun time. I will do my own sometime later this month. I'm thinking Xbox 360 games. I'm thinking I'm gonna get Xbox 360 and play a bunch of games that I couldn't do before. Though I'll say a donation incentive during that will be you pick the game. So long as I have it, I'll play it for you. Xbox 360 games specifically. So if you have a burning desire to see Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, yeah, sure. Up to you. Let me see who is online, RDV. A lot of people are online right now. I haven't seen Keith Square's stream for a while. Let's do Keith Squared, sure. That sounds good. I'll send you over there. Let me go to my creator's dashboard and send you off. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. I'll see ya. Let me send you on that raid there. Or I could send you to Mr. Just Easy doing Mario Maker. I'm gonna send you to Keith Squared, who is doing that looks like the Wario Land game where you shake the Wiimote, where you play with the Wiimote on its side. I never played that one. Is it good? That's on the Wii, right? I'll send you over there. That sounds good. All right, folks. Thanks for coming by, hanging out, giving me all sorts of levels, listening to me talk about all sorts of crap. I talked about a lot of crap tonight. Including, like, literally fucking 12 anime, like 14 anime. That was a lot of anime to talk about. But, I'm glad people enjoyed it and enjoyed the other stuff as well. And the levels were great. Give your love to the VOD when it goes up on YouTube. VODs need love too. Also, there's YouTube Shorts. Also, Sunday, big stream. Look forward to that. If you're looking for viewer levels, it'll be Friday, and there might be something on Thursday. TBT. I'll see y'all on Sunday. I gotta be ready for that. I gotta get ready. I gotta be prepared. Okay, good night, folks.